Yeah, no, I can order.
So a few people have come for this weekend, but already many people are leaving the requirements of life. So we see in our complex world how difficult it is to even just cut out a week for our Dharma. That's how it is, and so we have to do the best we can. So we start with the 3R. So, first we have a word of advice from the great Dzogchen practitioner St. Augustine. He says, resentment is like taking poison and hoping someone else will die. Resentment. It's very, very helpful. You cook up some negative feeling in yourself and you're thinking, I hate them and they're terrible and they're this, but actually it's we who get down, we get corrupted. So always release, always release. So we return to the text, page 107, the last paragraph. Although beginners will experience a ceaseless flow of many thoughts, their many faults will gradually, spontaneously be self-pacified and remain only for an instant. That is because it is in the very nature of thoughts to be present only for an instant. They are held with us or linger with us because of our involvement and our attachment. And so as we progress and we become more present in the moment and more skillful at letting go, we find that the movement of the mind is ceaseless and doesn't trap us. If we let go of grasping, the object is not the problem. If we try to sort the object, it creates difficulties to find our own open spaciousness. Thus, as with the faults of the outer objects like sounds, thoughts come, and this is known as movement. So, when there is an occurrence, whether it's outside yourself or in your seat, more obviously inside your mind, this is only movement. It's here and then it's gone. Whenever you see something stable and enduring, this permanence or lingering or enduring quality is arises from your own attachment. At first, because attachment is habitual and we're used to doing it, it seems to just be how it is. But the more we release, the more we see my mind is here and present, and I don't need these things to make me fulfilled, then we see how easily they vanish. The understanding that discriminates between movement and stillness is known as recollection. This word for recollection is dremba, which also means memory, but it also means mindfulness. So, this word discriminate is not quite right, because to discriminate is to say this is not that, that is not this. But if we discern the diversity of the appearance of what occurs without projecting an essence which brings a true separation or difference, then we see that when the mind is still, there is always movement, and if there is movement, it can only occur because the mind is open. So when you find yourself preoccupied with thoughts, agitated, overwhelmed, full of stuff, this is only possible because the mind is empty. So don't then go looking for emptiness elsewhere. Stay present with the arising of the complexity of appearances, as relaxed as you can be, and you start to notice that without any effort from the subject side, these formations dissolve like clouds in the sky. And in that way you see that there is no true difference between stillness and movement. And it says, this is the introduction to stillness, movement, and awareness. Because when you see that the movement is inseparable from awareness, the one who sees this is called Rigpa, or awareness. So the empty mind, the still mind, the movement in the mind, their non-duality is the experience of awareness. When we set them back to back and try to find a stillness which is free of all movement, then you are in dualistic consciousness. Sometimes there is great stillness and then some movement occurs. So you might be sitting, your mind might be calm, you don't have many thoughts, and then there is a sudden movement, and because of its quickness and intensity, it appears other. It's like a disruption of the state you were in. He says, do not pursue the movement, but maintain the recollection. The recollection here means be mindful of the fact that the movement is arising within the openness of the mind. It's not delivered by the postal service, it doesn't come in a police car, it's not injected into you, it is not other. The openness of the mind is the sole ground. And so, if movement arises, it is part of the rich display of the open empty mind, and stillness is also part of the display of the open empty mind. So don't set movement and stillness against each other. So he's saying don't go after the movement as if you had to understand why it occurred, what it means, what should you do with it. Just leave it and it goes. We have, I'm repeating again because this is a spiral kind of text, it goes around the same area. We are tilted on the side of stuff, of entities, of facts, of insistent forces. We need to see the emptiness of these. We need to find the non-duality between these positions and emptiness. If we see that non-duality, then whatever stuff arises, being full of grief, deep sadness, confusion, is not a problem as long as you don't follow the movement and try to correct it. You just allow it to be there. You taste it. We don't want to become anesthetized by Dharma practice. We want to increase our sensitivity so we feel the richness and fullness of our life in all its variety. But we have to find the openness of the mind so that we can have a recollection of it, which is essentially to relax back into it. It's not about recollecting it as I'm thinking about something, or I remember last year in the summer I did. It's not putting a thought or an idea or a composition to mind. It's just staying relaxed and present. And he says, do this again and again. So this is essential. Until we find the openness, we will have only stuff. As soon as we have the openness, we have the movement or display of the emptiness. So that's very simple. That's like one sentence, but it's the heart of our practice. So we do the 3R. We might do some shamatha and stabilize our mind. We're resisting our temptation to fuse into habitual patterns. And when we don't fuse, we see that the seeming difference or otherness or truth of what was arising was an illusion, because these forms are self-arising and self-vanishing. So we do it again and again. Moreover, do not look at the good qualities of stillness and the problems of movement. As soon as you develop an allocation of value, an attribution of value, and you say, oh, it's so much better when my mind's calm, I'm not disturbed, I feel quite spacious, but all these different thoughts and feelings, they set me in a whirl. So now you're looking for the stillness, you're believing that it is better than the movement. So now you've created an opposition, but stillness and movement are non-dual. So don't prefer one to the other, except in terms of your level of practice. So it's not situationally, you need more emptiness and less movement, because you have to taste the emptiness, and otherwise it's just a concept. But it doesn't mean that emptiness is more important than movement. If you have a mirror and you put a cloth over it and it never shows any reflection, then you've demirrored the mirror. Because when you look at it, you just see the same cloth. So we are taking off this cloth of assumptions so that the mind is free to show whatever it shows. There will be more diversity, more complexity in the reflection than in the openness of the mirror. Don't try to sort out what is arising by putting it in groups or naming or classifying. If you see that all the movement is inseparable from the open empty mirror, it is as it is, and there's nothing to sort out. To stay on or abide in awareness, on clarity, is the natural mode, which is the Dharmakaya. So when you're in this open awareness, and you don't identify as the observer, the looker, the one who sees what's going on, there is simply the non-artificial clarity of the openness itself, then this is the Dharmakaya. Then he says, movement is the manifest mode. That is the Nirmanakaya. And clarity is the radiant mode. That's the Sambhogakaya. Mind is empty. There are these subtle movements which are not enacted. And that's the clarity of seeing that whatever arises is self-releasing, self-vanishing. And so, again, with the image of the mirror, because the reflections don't stay in the mirror is always self-clearing, self-emptying. And that's what the clarity is. That you see, you see not conceptually, but you see directly, it's always vanishing, always vanishing. Look up in the morning like this and you see these clouds, and the edge of the clouds is wispy and little light bits of cloud are moving into the big cloud, and then little bits drift away from the big cloud. It's movement within the space. It's not established. And this is the manifest mode. This is how it shows as an ungraspable illusion. Thus, there is not even a hair's worth of good or bad thoughts. The thoughts themselves are the clarity of the mind, whatever their cognitive content seems to be. But if you don't stay with the dynamic process of the arising of experience, and you cling only to the reifying or substantializing interpretation something has happened, then you will end up with good thoughts and bad thoughts. So he says, stay with these three modes: open, clear, and ever-changing. So the radiance is like the flow of the light as the sun comes over the hill. And here we are with people. When we have the break, we move together. You go up the stairs, you make some tea. This is, you're flowing out into the space of becoming. You're flowing with events. You're co-emergent with, one minute you're looking at the trees, you're looking at the steps, you're hearing the other person. All of this is arising, and if you're relaxed in the spaciousness, you don't collapse into just one focus. You can have complexity without feeling complicated. But if you don't have the openness, then the complexity feels a bit overwhelming, and so you want to sort it out, and you sort it out by naming, allocating status, and so on. If this is not actualized, and one has attachment to good thoughts and bad thoughts, then if one likes to be involved in the experience of emptiness, one will be born in the formless realm. So we've talked about these 8 highest pure consciousness realms above the God realm. So he's saying that if you don't see the true nature of the non-duality of unborn openness or emptiness and movement or clarity or display, then you like to be involved in the experience of emptiness, but this is a kind of pseudo-emptiness. This is the emptiness of the cup. It doesn't have anything in it. And the emptiness of the cup will be destroyed by pouring water into it. So this is not the true emptiness. This is the emptiness which is the current absence of content. And if you do that, then you're like this pure consciousness. Nothing is happening. It's just like this. But because this is not intrinsic, because this is contingent on the practice of non-identification with movement, it's installed for a while as the result of the effort to set it up, or the karma that installs it, and then it vanishes, and then there's turbulence, and there's confusion in the turbulence. So that leads to birth in the formless realm. If one likes to be involved in the experience of happiness, one will be born in the realms of desire. Not a bad place. Lovely food, music, dance. But again, it doesn't last. All compounded things are impermanent. And we've been looking at merit and wisdom, the two accumulations. If merit or the fruit of activity, is separated from emptiness, then it's like saving money in the bank. This is your bank account, and when you die, you use this quantity of merit that you have to buy yourself a place up in the God realm for a while, and then it burns out. Yeah. So it says, and if one pursues or is involved in the experience of clarity, one will be born in the form realm. So the form realm is where it's the lower, here is being the lower aspect of the God realm, in which you have many different events are occurring. You have the clarity of that, something is happening. It's not an unpleasant place to be, but it has a vulnerability. In the traditional view, you have Mount Meru, this huge mountain which is so many miles high, and up the sides of Mount Meru you get these different levels, and the jealous gods, the asuras, live on the middle part of this, and they have a tree which grows up, and it grows up into the realm of the form gods, and when the fruit is ripe, the form gods eat it. The jealous gods get really pissed off, so they get on their horses, they draw their swords, and they go into battle. The gods are not so worried. So the gods go and they take their swords, and when the gods cut off your arm, your body is sore, but also your arm lying on the ground is sore. Every bit of you that gets chopped up is going, ah! And if you stab the gods, not even a mark. It's an interesting kind of image, isn't it? Because that's what jealousy fragments the world. It breaks things up. It's a non-inclusive thing. It's not an open marriage. So there's a question, yeah.
My question is about sitting here and relating to your teaching. And do you recommend it like a non-formal meditation session in the form, I sit here, relax, do not try to attach what you are saying, your words arising and ceasing.
Yep.
Otherwise, when I feel exhausted, full in the late of the day, that's a sign I attached, I'm full, and I didn't use your teaching in my present as a meditation session.
Mm-hmm.
Can I see it like this?
So in the morning when you arrive fresh, you are like an empty sausage skin. And I am like the butcher, chopping up the Dharma and stuffing it into the sausage. So by the end of the day, you're... So we don't want to do that. Namkai Norbu was always very clear, don't take any notes, don't hang on to it. It's almost like a warm bath or a massage, and that's the quality of the transmission. I open myself to be as flowing and as easy with everything so that you can see the interface and the non-contradiction between the various points, to give you the sense of, if I'm relaxed, it won't make me stupid, it won't make me inefficient. I don't have to strive. By allowing myself to relax, I'm in touch with the flow of experience rather than trying to work out what's what. And that flow itself will be present with you, but without stuffing you. So don't grasp onto the knowledge. I mean, we have it in books, you can read that, there'll be recordings and a transcript later if you want to go over it. But the main thing is to be present with this. Here we are together, and the whole field here is moving. And to think, oh, this is like a gift, or this is the generosity of the ground. It's coming to me. It's like if you go to a very nice restaurant and you have a bottle of wine, the bastards, they never leave it on the table. They put it on a little table by the side, but the waiters are very well trained and they look at your glass and they come and top your glass up. So it's like that. You start to trust. It's difficult at first for me as a Scotsman. Where's my bottle? You've taken my bottle away. And then you have to trust. The waiter is looking at the bottle and the glass and me and oh. So it will come to us, and that's the trust and the experience that allows us to make less and less effort.
And there's no difference between the formal 3R meditation and listening to your talk. That's what would be the best.
Yes. Yes, if we listen in the openness and it flows through, because when you're meditating and a thought arises, you get the caress of the thought, or just the taste or the scent, but you don't have to go for it as a thing. Chogyam Trungpa has a book of poems called First Thought, Best Thought. So it's like the naked arising of what's coming in the mind is entire, is complete in itself. Of course you can comment on it and unpack it, but it's just this. So not overcooking. So, yeah.
The term recollection, I'm not clear if I have the right understanding about this. You said mindfulness, and I think it's also kind of reminding, I don't know, maybe it's a point of translation, or what's the Tibetan term for this?
Dremba, which can mean memory, can mean mindfulness. It's like the equivalent is sati in Pali. So it means to not be distracted. Sati. So it's also called remembering. So in English, we can describe the body in terms of its members. The limbs are like the members of the body. And if you chop someone up, you dismember them. They used to have 4 horses pulling in each direction, a rope around each leg or around each arm, and they tear the person apart. Middle Ages were very good for that. So we need to remember, because the integrity has been lost sight of. It hasn't actually been destroyed, but it's been lost sight of because of the particularizing focus of dualistic consciousness. So if I'm paying attention to you, I lose the field. And then, oh, everyone else is here. But everyone else was always here. So it's not that I'm bringing the room back into existence. It was always here, but I lost the sense of connection with the field. So recollection is not to pull things together. It's not a compositional move, but it's to relax out of my particularizing isolation. Here we are. And everything is always already within. Yeah, it's also called the Dharma Dhatu, the space of experiences or the space of phenomena.
Another term is discrimination.
It's discrimination, yeah.
And when we say Amitabha, we are in the Amitabha class, I think it's the wisdom of discrimination. And sometimes I get a little bit...
Yes, it's not a good translation. It should be discernment. So the purification of desire in the five wisdoms, the affliction of desire, which gets you located on something as being very special, its purification is called Sosotope Yeshi, which is the natural knowing or the original knowing or the directly seeing the unique specificity of each thing which arises. So it's like a very good teacher in a mixed ability class, and they see each of the pupils in the class and see their capacity and see how they're responding, and so each thing which arises is welcomed, but you have a slightly different response to each. But that doesn't fragment you, and it maintains the integrity of the class. Because if you see that the teacher is biased and they have a teacher's pet, there are some students the teacher really likes and doesn't like the others, it's a very bad feeling in the class. So that you have this specific attention, but with an evenness of attention. So I mentioned yesterday this term simpa, satisfaction, contentment, being at ease, finding yourself as not different from the open empty ground, and therefore how you are is dynamic and moving. You can't find yourself as a thing because you're not a thing, but it doesn't mean you're nothing at all. Your manifesting has certain patterns, but these patterns are rarely determined entirely by your own intentionality or your own will to power. They're co-emergent with the field. So satisfaction is to be flexible enough to be with how the mind, however it is, to be with the field of experience, however it is. And it's like this. So going back to the quote from St. Augustine, once you build up a resentment and you think it's not fair, it shouldn't happen, that's not the right way, and you go into your critical self and you're looking down on the event and your wagging finger is there, you're poisoning yourself. Because you're losing the fact that this rich complexity is not the complexity of stuff. There is no inherent existence to the thing. So whether the appearance is pleasing or not pleasing, don't jump to the level of a conclusion that you know what they said and you know what they did. Stay with the fact. It arose and it vanished. It arose and it vanished. And if you stay with the vanishing of the experience, you're refreshed by that. If we don't have that satisfaction, then we're always hungry. Again, we can see with Donald Trump that this man is never, ever, ever satisfied. He's made himself a public figure, so I think it's fair to use him because he's actually very helpful to us. Because he's so shameless and so seemingly devoid of any guilt or regret. He just lays it out. And then we see he's desperate for attention. He's desperate to be a winner, to get the Nobel Prize, to be very, very powerful. And he consumes people. Everything is a fuel for his ego. So even when he, in that period of recruiting Elon Musk, and they were doing this buddy-buddy show, he kept sniping away Elon Musk, because he's saying, I'm the big guy, you're the little guy. Oh, we're the same, I'm the big guy. And so it was inevitable that they were going to fall out. So there is no peace if you have a game plan, if you formulated a notion of your identity, your entitlement. I should have these things. I should be very important. People should respect me. You're then always in the case of excitation. Now he cooks up a storm. I heard that you've been doing more of the magic lavdran practice last time. In the church practice, there are 4 main maras or demons which are attended to. One of these is called Gatrodu in Tibetan. It's the demon of excitation. Something you want, or like football, and everyone's going, wah, and this is like this demon that takes people over. I mean, what have you achieved? Put a ball in a net. But it's as if all diseases have been cured, or everyone's happy. So it's a kind of manic, overexcited, overinvested extension. And that's what you can see he's in. So he's always getting bigger and expansive, and then it collapses, and then it collapses. And the one thing he cannot tolerate is failure. So when we think of him, we need to have a lot of compassion. That man is very, very lost, and it's tragic for the whole world, and especially for America, that someone so lost should be in power, and that people couldn't see his lostness. But in the early 1930s in Germany, lots of people couldn't really see any fault in Adolf Hitler. So we easily become blind, because when someone puts themselves forward, you can project your hopes. You wouldn't like to be on the stage. You wouldn't like to be so exposed, but you can identify with them. And so this identification feeds or fuels their overexcitation. So yesterday I said, it would be a good thing if he died. This is the tantric language, and I was reflecting on it in the night, that in the tantra there are these 2 aspects. We've touched on them: jaw, draw. Jaw is indicated by sexual union, like in the statue, and draw means to liberate or to kill. So when we see pictures of Donald Trump, when we hear him talking, this is sound and emptiness. This is appearance and emptiness. And the jorwa, the union, is if you keep the sound as the sound of emptiness, the appearance as the appearance of emptiness, you will dissolve the Trumpness of Trump. So, like in the Padmasambhava practice, we say, all sound is mantra, that this is the pure sound of Padmasambhava. All appearance is the pure form of Padmasambhava, appearance and emptiness. So, by merging his manifestation into the sense that nothing which appears has inherent existence, then liking and not liking dissolve, and we are liberated from him. And if more people did this and were liberated from him, he would be allowed to shrink to a reasonable size. But everybody feeds him, and that makes him more crazy and makes us more crazy. And it's like a mad drama. So when we hear leaders who are behaving in ways we don't like, and we feel persecuted by it, and we see the trajectory of the decisions they make, it's easy to make this very substantial. We can track ahead how it's going. Now we're trapped in the three times. We lose our immediacy of presence, and it's only in the immediacy of presence that we say, oh, this is dissolving. You know, Trump does a number and he's shouting and this and that. What? And then it's gone. So if you stay present with it, you see the arising and the passing. But if you apprehend it by a naming and a fixation, then it is as if he did that. And then you're subject to object. So maintain Donald Trump at all times inside the mandala or inside the openness of the mind. You don't have to block how he is. You can't change how he is. But what you can do is not reify him, not make him solid so that you go into a ding-dong together. So that liberates him, because the you that we see is you for me. I'm always talking about my Donald. For Donald, I don't know. I probably wouldn't want to know. But the Donald for me is my interpretation of how he is. And if I observe myself, I think, oh, I make him more real, more solid, more troublesome than he actually is. Because if I stay with the arising and passing of his moods, of his gestures, they show and they vanish. And the other aspect, the drolwa, the liberation or the killing. What are we killing if we kill Donald Trump? So there are said to be two kinds of obscuration. There is the obscuration of knowledge, shechawe dripa, and the obscuration of the afflictions, nyomoki dripa. She means to know, cha means like the object. So it's the form of knowing which knows something, which formulates a world of knowables or cognizables. So this obscuration is, you hear about Donald, he was president before, you're building up a portfolio or a file on this person. And the more entries you make, the thicker he becomes for you. Actually, each moment of his arising is very thin. It's almost translucent. But if you had a very fine silk veil and you hung it down, you could see through it. Then you hang another behind it, it's more difficult. If you've got three of these veils hanging down, it becomes opaque. So that's what happens when you accumulate ideas, memories, projections about someone or something. The loss of clarity of your vision supports you in imputing that there's something there. I can't look through my watch. It blocks my eye. So the more I can look through my fingers like this, but I can't look through the watch. So the more I layer my idea of who he is, he becomes more opaque. He becomes like a screen. And of course, you project whatever you want onto the screen and it's reflected back to you. So this is our Donald. Then you have the obscuration of the afflictions or the five poisons. This is a mental dullness or assumption or prediction. It's the intelligence which is thickening because it's cut off from its own ground. It's timuk. It indicates a kind of fogginess or a veiledness. So I can't be present with the dissolving actuality of the moment because I'm covering it over with my own projections of my expectations into the future or my memories for the past. So again, the Donald I see is Donald for me. It's the Donald I have constructed out of my life experience, my likes and dislikes. So that is what is to be killed. And I don't kill him out there, I kill him in here. So if I dissolve this construction of the other, so that I know in advance what he's going to be like, and I know it because I know it. I know him, I know it. And this certitude is quite reassuring for our sense of self. But it cuts us off from the ever-present flow of appearance arising and dissolving. So when we kill the object, we kill it by allowing it life. In the tantric tradition, you make little images of the thing or the person you want to destroy, and then you might use a tantric nail, a purpa, which is the vajra energy, and you nail it down. You nail the movement into emptiness so that you see no one was there. You don't need to if you like, you can pursue this. Very interesting to see all these tantric ways of de-reification. So many methods, because we cohere, we want coherence. We want to know how it's going to be. We want the trains to come on time. We want people to be as we know them to be. To cohere, to stick together, glutinative, like sticky rice, comes into a formation. So when this builds up, each little grain of that rice is empty of inherent existence. But when it sticks together, it takes on a kind of solidity and inseparability. This is how our images of people are built up. So to liberate or to kill or to get rid of this form, we kill it in ourselves. I am the one who makes him. So, in the Bible it says, God creates heaven and earth. He spoke and there was darkness upon the waters, and then light came upon the waters, and goes through all these stages in which God is naming and bringing into existence. From the Buddhist point of view, God there is unawareness. So Christian God is like a demon, if you look at the logic of Buddhism. Because it is the name which brings things into existence, but they have no real existence. It's only the naming, but only God is allowed to name. But that's what we do when we have prejudice. We take on the position of God, and we say, he is a shit, he is an arsehole, he shouldn't be allowed to do that, da-da-da, da-da-da. We don't touch him, we don't catch him, he doesn't give a shit anyway. We imprison ourselves because we think, oh my God, how shall I behave? This is going to be terrible, what will happen? Tariffs are going to come, this and that. Many difficulties will arise, but not due just to Donald Trump. Donald Trump is like a placeholder. He's like the site where we can see reflected back to us our belief in the inherent existence of phenomena, our allocation of value, good and bad, our predictability. We do that. This is our mental energy that constructs the demon. The demon is the movement of your own mind. So by sticking or keeping your notion of who he is within this unborn openness, these patterns arise and pass, arise and pass. Oh, these are impactful, that's undeniable. We're not to say, oh, it's fine, it's not fine. But it is movement and energy which shifts the whole field, because the field is labile or fluid. Each of us influences what it's like to be here together. And when somebody takes up that big space, they have a huge influence. They set off these tsunamis of excitation and doubt and fear. This is because we give credence to him. We go along with it. We go along with these things. We end up as fellow travelers, and we do it because we feel powerless. And we do that, we feel powerless because we think he is real, he's out there, he's the president, he can write his notes, and it becomes law, and bombers arrive, and weapons go to cruel states that murder millions of people. That's our construction. So when you look at Gaza, and you feel complicit in the murder of whatever now they say, probably 65,000 people. And what could we do? What could we do? The whole Gaza problem arises on the basis of the Nakba. That Israel, the birth of Israel, was the theft of the land from the Palestinians. It was theft. There was a clear decision not to share. And all this shite about this two-state solution that's gone on and on and on is just a screen for the people who say, we're going to have the whole fucking lot. So what is that? That is greed, that is stupidity, that is anger and aversion, the five poisons. That's what it is. And you say, oh, the Israelis are very bad, they shouldn't do that. Yes, but we have the five poisons and they have the five poisons. So, firstly, we deal with our five poisons. Like in the story in the Bible of the woman caught in adultery, and Jesus and his followers are going by, and they've set this poor woman there, and they've got piles of stones, and they say to him, come, throw a stone. And he says, let the person without sin throw the first stone. Then everybody kind of slinks away. So it's exactly that for us. If we see, I have the five poisons, I need to work on that. Start with yourself, and that's in the palm of your hand. What the Israelis do, what Hamas does, is not for us. This is our experience, and if I can free myself from the five poisons, then I will have greater clarity, greater balance, and be able to maintain equanimity even when I go close to fields of prejudice. But if I'm starting from a prejudicial position, the out of balance movement of all these powerful force fields, I mean, it's so dreadful. You see these little children, and mum is dead, and dad's dead, and grandparents are dead, siblings are dead. It's like, It is dreadful, and it's a moment, and it's dissolving. Now we have to be very clear here about wisdom and compassion. Emptiness doesn't mean, because everything is empty, it doesn't matter what happens. No, no, no. Ethics is to fine-tune your sensibility and to find a way to respond within emptiness. These are moments of experience arising and passing. And if you attend to the details of them, because they're moving, you might be able to do something. You might be able to open up a group or join a discussion group with Friends of Palestine and Friends of Israel. There are lots of people trying to find some kind of communication, some non-polarization, because as long as it's back to back, this is good and that's not good. If it's good, it can't be bad. If it's bad, it can't be good. In war, you get this crudity of identification. So, in terms of people who behave in ways which are horrid, cruel, merciless, what is this? This is the mind under the power of an idea. These are my enemies. And we've seen it, in the Third Reich, we've seen it in Stalinist Russia, we've seen it in the British behavior in the colonial period, in various countries, of Belgium, in the Congo. I mean, there are so many times where human behavior is atrocious. And what is the basis of that? I am the subject, you are the object. I speak, you fucking shut up. You do what I say. You have no autonomy, I have all power. And it's that split where we become demons. So, if we want to allow the demonic manifestation, we have to dissolve that basis in ourselves and not go to solidity, but to stay open and responsive. And in that way, you kill off the sense that there is a real horrid demon person out there. What there is a mind under the power of the five poisons. And that leads to terrible behavior, which is true and needs to be, we need to find our ways to intervene as much as we can. But it doesn't mean there are inherently bad people. There are no inherently good people or inherently bad people. What is intrinsic is the unborn openness of the mind which displays many potential as a Sambhogakaya and can come into the world in finely attuned responsivity. So that's what it means to kill in the Tantra. And if we do that, it opens up a space in which our intelligence and our flexibility can be in the service of communication. Because what you see in these situations is that there's all kinds of phony conferences, endless meetings in Doha and places like that with the Hamas groups and the Israeli groups. They don't even sit in the same room. They send little messages to each other. That's no way to have a conversation. But it's kept that way because actually they don't want to have a conversation. What they want is a monologue, and that both sides are trying to work out how can we win. But that's too stupid. This is a very complicated field. There has to be space for everyone. People become mad and cruel when they go under the power of an idea. The idea, you are my enemy. I will only be safe until you are dead. And that dull, stupid interpretation, you find it in all the 5 continents. It was what brought about the slaughter of the Australian Aborigines, the endless movement of people in Papua New Guinea, into the tribal areas, all these born-again Christian missionaries going through the jungle with a big box of bras for the ladies. Can you imagine a very hot, humid country? Do you want to have a bra on your breasts? No. But this will give you civilization. This is somebody's idea. And it's an idea which has been generated in one arena and imposed on another. It doesn't begin with conversation. We come from another country. We have many resources. What would you like?
This bra or this bra? Choose the colour.
Yes, choose the colour. That's it. I mean, the more we look with this Dharma understanding, our hearts bleed. It's just so sad, so much unnecessary cruelty, so much maliciousness, so much disregard where Trump says, Greenland can be part of America, Canada can be part of America, completely disregarding the wishes of the people who live there because he knows what is good. So he shows us very clearly the madness of beginning with yourself. So let me remember, we start with the 3R practice. We start by dissolving the ego nexus into space, and in that openness we see what's possible. Any thoughts about this? Yeah. Who has the...
So maybe it's better to ignore Donald Trump? Or
No.
to handle him as a person who has ADHS? That's my idea too.
But the problem is, if you ignore him, he will still be operating in your consciousness and impinging on you. If you can bring him into emptiness and you see, the only Donald Trump I know is my Donald Trump. Whoever he is in himself, I will never meet. I will never meet. I never met the woman who was my mother. I met my mother. Yeah? My mother for me. That's who I saw. Other people said, that's Jean. I didn't think it was Jean. It was my mother. So I was blind to the diversity of forms of my mother because I kept pulling her into being my mom. In the same way, this is who Donald Trump is. I know what he's up to. That's me. I'm telling you my map. And I can't be with the movement of the territory. So I think keeping it in emptiness allows you to stay with the topology as it moves and changes with the forces. We want to be with these forms, not in solidarity, but with non-reificatory presence, not solidifying him. He's very intent on solidifying himself, carving out his place in history. How could he change the law so he could have a third term as the president? All these presidents do that. They change the rules, like in Hungary and so on. Because power makes people mad. Makes people mad.
And if I cut it, kind of ignore, I cut it.
Yeah.
So who the fuck is this person? Hey.
Well, if you cut him into emptiness, it would be better. But if you try to cut him off, you still kept the sense of he's dangerous, but put the lion in a cage. I mean, that's a thing. There's still the hook is in us. That if he was to come out of the cage, then it will. But actually, there is no one there. There is the movement of the mind, which is cassetted or is turning around the proposition, I am special, I am entitled, I am the one who knows, I should have all the power, and if you don't agree, you are my enemy, I destroy you. These kind of people are vicious. For them, it's a matter of life and death to be larger than life, which is a terrible situation to be. Any other points you want to make?
I was wondering, you often we're talking about Refuge and Bodhicitta, and we have this lovely little recitation that we often did before the 3R practice.
Yeah.
We didn't do this time, and I was just wondering on the why.
Oh. Well, we certainly could do that. I mean, in a sense, the 3Rs contains everything, because you have true refuge is in the intrinsic nature of your mind, and because it is infinite, it includes all beings, and it's about responsibility. But we could certainly have done that as well. It's not, I haven't forgotten that.
I'm sure.
To me, to say my friend Trump, it started to help also because it really helps to see how I could go to the hell realm with him, and I was, and then to see like no, I'm not going with you. It's your cup of tea, not my cup of tea. But I also to see like in rising of the fascism, and people started to say a lot of strong things. Oh yeah, wah, wah, wah. And if I allow that to just to be there, and they start, I know who you are, I know who you are, I know who you are, and to allow me to say, no, you don't know, and say, oh, like, whoa. And I came back to my. I'm not going to help. I'm not going to fix you, but it's important to do this movement. Like, no. Otherwise, they started to go in this madness, and they started to think, oh, I can do whatever I want because no one's is shouting back. And so this idea to how to be with the open clarity and to move wherever is needed and came back. Okay. I think this is also important. Not to think that is not we could not to ignore or things, because this partner brings some energy. Like when they do that, like, oh, we are so, and so people in Brazil now, it's very fun because people are going to Trump's Instagram and they start to say, oh, you are a mosquito ass. And people are shouting him like, and it's very funny to see. And people start to make a lot of jokes. And people are now sing songs. It's funny to see how creative movement could also help in that case. And so this is what. And how we can have intelligent opposition with emptiness, like magic, something like woof, woof, woof.
I mean, certainly the creative response of making songs and jokes can be very nice, as long as there is some boundary on Trump. But if Trump becomes Pinochet, they will know all the people who sang the songs, and then into the van and out the helicopter. So that won't really solve the problem. We touched on this 4 immeasurables. May all beings have happiness and the root of happiness. May all beings be free of sorrow and the root of sorrow. May all beings have happiness which is not mixed with any kind of sorrow. And may all beings abide in the equanimity that is free of bias towards friends and away from enemies. It's the 4th one that we need here, is equanimity. Because once we have a sense of he exists, he does this, I don't like this, then we put a negative interpretation into him. And then we react to our own projection of that. And we lose our equanimity. And then we don't see, we look for evidence that will confirm our hypothesis. This guy's a total shit. And of course there's a lot of evidence for that with all the dictators. I know what they're like. Now I'm a prisoner. They're a prisoner of their pride and arrogance. I'm a prisoner of my confidence that I know what's going on. And I'm not relaxed and open in myself. So my freedom to respond is already limited by my predisposition. I'm already tilted in one attitude, which makes it very difficult to open. It's only if I'm settled and grounded, then it goes in all directions. So I think to ease ourselves out of the feeling of victimhood and subjugation, yes, having these jokes and songs, that's brings some relief. But from the Dharma point of view, the key thing is there is no inherent existence in Donald Trump. He believes a lot in himself, and that outrageous self-confidence sucks in other people who've got a more fragile self-confidence. And then we have the self-confidence that we don't like him and he's bad and so on. And then it's just idea fighting idea, dogma against dogma, and that's the basis of wars and conflicts and murder. So how to maintain equanimity, which is not indifference. I see precisely what is there. I see how it goes on. But these are the modes or the forms of unawareness of the ground. It is because the ground is not seen that self and other appear to be truly separate, to have their own inherent existence, and to be in conflict in terms of resources. So the problem is lack of awareness of the ground, and that's why equanimity is so precious. And it's very difficult to have equanimity in the ego, because the ego gets pulled through its karmic traces in one direction or another. So when we do the 3R and we release and open, it brings us to a place where the complexity can be there and not appear as a complication that we have to sort out. It's not a problem to be solved. It's about how do you move with this. Yes, ethics is difficult. Yeah, this question there.
I think that everyone present here can agree.
Could you speak a bit louder into the microphone?
Everyone here, I think, agrees on the notion of Trump. I think this is a very blunt example. It's like talking about Satan, maybe. Yeah. Just 2 days ago, I watched a quite long film about Dzogchen Rinpoche, and what I didn't know before is that he has been a soldier for 2 years, killing Chinese. He was killing people. So he's both a Rinpoche and he has killed people for saving the Dharma. So I think we do have the nature of thinking, I have good intentions, and whoever does something that provokes my thought has maybe a bad action, but seeing both qualities in the same person, I mean, he's the same person. This is challenging me. I don't know exactly how to handle such views on one person, on people.
Yeah, but he's not one person. At one stage in his life, probably when he was younger, and there was a lot of horror going on around, some wave took him into fighting. I mean, the Dalai Lama has said, maybe I made a mistake. I encourage people not to fight, not to resist. But when I see what has happened to Tibet, maybe I made a mistake. Ethical issues like this are very complicated. I'm certainly not saying I know what to do. What I have a sense of is that there are many wrong roads to go down, especially if you start with solidification and say, he did that. So I'm saying Donald Trump is a site where we can see how the 5 poisons manifest. He is lost. He's lost because he doesn't see his own ground. He's lost because he doesn't like any feedback. So he's in his own monologue. And he's lost in his will to power, his idea to be special. How do we help people who are lost? I would say that the starting point has to be, firstly, work on your own lostness. See how you get lost. See how you get pulled into these mental formations. Because if we can release ourselves from our habit formations, then we, at least if we ever had a chance, we could speak from, I know what it's like to be imprisoned. Is when Trump is intoxicated by the 5 poisons. I mean, they're called in Tibetan Dugma, 5 poisons. Poisons are toxic. And when you have poisons in your system, it affects your vital organs. You can't think clearly. Under the power of the 5 poisons, we are completely blind to our highest intention. and blind to our own ground. So I think if we do the practice and we try to stay in communication with the world as it is, we might make some small difference. But I'm certainly not saying he is a bad man. Dzogchen Rinpoche is neither a bad man nor a good man. He is a manifestation which is sometimes obscured and sometimes clear, just as we all are. So, yeah, there's one question. Okay.
Because I want to have also another question. What I feel is a bit
louder, please.
What I feel is a little bit that we also carve out Donald Trump from the field, because there's a big field behind it.
Yeah.
The big social movement.
Sure.
Without this movement, Donald Trump would not be Donald
For
Trump.
sure.
Yeah.
For sure. Lostness is everywhere.
Yeah.
Lostness is everywhere. And, I mean, in a sense, Donald Trump can see that. When he says, make America great again, he's saying, when people had factories to work in, when they had the dignity of work, when they were like Homer Simpson, getting up in the morning, got their sandwich box, then America was good. And that's true in many ways, when people have some stability. But now the rate of change of the world economy means it's very difficult to predict. In Britain, they say the average person who's leaving school will have at least 15 jobs before they retire, because the field of work is so unstable. So it's this agitation, and he's saying, I can make it stable. That's probably not the case, but I have a lot of sympathy for all the people who feel outraged.
By looking behind, you can see how it comes to kind of Donald Trump, because our complete economic system, our social system, brings people like Donald Trump.
Absolutely.
Even though we only know it when we look back, before it's
Absolutely. Absolutely. Can I just say one last thing on that? The toxic is infectious. So, if you think of the Weimar Republic, and there was a lot of chaos and so on, and there were the big political figures who were thinking, we need to establish something. And they thought, oh, this little guy, Hitler, he's very popular. We can make use of him. And it went the wrong way. And it's the same with Trump. If you think you can manage Trump, probably not. Because there are some people who are so mad that they don't fit into the ordinary frame. That is, when you say they are mad, it means that the power of the five poisons is just like a volcano, and they're not relying on their rational self anymore. Yeah.
James, again, a question about Trump and emptiness. So I'm able to understand the empty nature of the Trump process, that it's inherent of empty of inherent self, and it's a process rising due to cause and effect under the influence of the five poisons. So I see that. But from the other side, in our relative truths, we witness clearly and skillful behavior in the Trump process, and skillful actions, and it has a big impact around and on the entire world. So this creates a resistance in my mind, saying, yeah, okay, it's empty of inherent existence, but yeah, it's true, it's happening, it's real, it's creating a lot of suffering, and this resistance in my mind is not allowing me to really find equanimity, because okay, it's empty, but yeah, it's real in the relative truth. So can you correct my view, and in order to because there is a slight reification of this phenomenon. And,
so there is form and emptiness, or appearance and emptiness, and ideally we see that they are inseparable, that they are non-dual. But in our ordinary conceptualization, they're back to back. They're mutually exclusive. So we need to kind of bring them and put them almost like if you had a plank on a log, you can rock up and down on it. So we rock towards the emptiness, and then we think, bloody hell, what's he doing? And we go, wow, this is really terrible. Oh, yes, but I'm a Buddhist. It must be empty. And we can't find the integration because it's either or. So when we look at the three kayas, the Dharma kaya is seeing the open empty ground. On the basis of seeing the open empty ground, my mind is empty. What's arising in my mind, thoughts, feelings, memories and so on, they are inseparable for emptiness, but they each have their unique specificity as they appear and vanish. And then from that you have the movement into the world. So that the movement into the world is a flow from emptiness, but within emptiness as emptiness. So it's not an either or. The integrity of the three kayas means that while actions are impactful, they are not other than empty. It's not an either or choice. So murder is empty, rape is empty, kindness is empty. Emptiness is neutral. It's an equal opportunity employer. And what is required is a sensitivity to how we interpret what goes on. So if you have a sharp knife, a scalpel, the surgeon can use that to save life, and someone can use it to take life. The scalpel itself is neutral. It doesn't have a bias. It's a tool and it's taken up and used. So it's about the mental orientation. And am I empowered by disliking Donald Trump or even hating Donald Trump or fearing Donald Trump? Because these intense emotions somehow massage more existence into him. He is really bad. So he is a site of behavior which is beyond rational comprehension. But is this arising from an inherent badness or from a patterning of delusion and access to resources that allow him to enact that delusion? And that's the danger, which we think the behavior is bad, therefore the doer of the behavior is bad, this is really bad, it's real. It's not real, it's like an illusion. Now, it sounds obscene to say that murdering people is an illusion. It sounds obscene. It's something that we can say because we have some sense of what illusion means. It's an appearance. See people weeping and they're holding their child and the child's been killed. To understand the emptiness of this is very, very difficult. So, I mean, on an outer level, we could take the famous story of the Buddha, and he comes to this village and a woman rushes to him and brings her dead baby and says, "Master, make my child alive, help me. And he says, "Okay, you have to go to a house and bring me some mustard seed, but it has to be a house where nobody has died." And the woman goes to house, to house, to house, to house, and everywhere she finds there's death. Then death is normal, and her baby has died, but it's somehow contained, that it's not a personal curse, it's the sadness of life. And if you hold that, you can feel more compassion spreading out. So rather than sinking into your own depression, you can see, this is, like we looked at this word the Tibetans have for the world, Dzogchen. This is the support or the site of falling apartness, of whatever is constructed will fall apart. This is an unsafe place. This is why we want to get out of samsara, because when we're living in the field of experience where this is real and that is real, and one aspect is wanting more space, it's going to be in conflict. I want to take what you have. I think we all have to reflect on this more and more and to have a sense of, can I find the way to have this Dharma teachings and practices as a support for my availability towards the complexity of the field. So we say, may all sentient beings be happy. And if you're doing a tantric practice, you visualize your enemies in front of you and your friends behind. So that when the rays of light come from the Buddha, they come to your enemies first and your friends last. So there's lots of these things to try to rectify the imbalance. Otherwise we go into a partisan positioning. It's so tempting. I don't know any easy solution to this except just to try to stay in the practice. Okay, shall we take a break now? So, start with the 3R. Okay. So continue with the text. If one is free of the deluding movements that arise like that and practices clarity for a long time, then there is emptiness. So it's not an instant magic. When appearances arise, the dualistic matrix of interpretation is alive and kicking and will grasp at the situation. So we have not just to not fall into what is occurring in the moment, but this whole invisible superstructure of interpretation has to be released. And this is not so easy, as we know. So, when he's saying, if one is free of the deluding movements, it means if you don't go under their power, if you don't merge with them, if you don't react against them, then you're free. They can't catch you, they don't move you. They're there, they do what they do, and then they're gone. So it's not that these thoughts will vanish completely. You have fewer mental occurrences, they're less intense, but of course they still occur, because if they didn't occur, the basis of compassion would be destroyed. The basis of relating to others would be destroyed. So, language is the currency of our human world. All human societies that we know of have language, many, many different languages. each language illuminates particular visions of the world. And we live in these tragic times where every day a language is vanishing. There are so many languages that used to be spoken in the Amazon jungle, Papua New Guinea, on different islands, and now there's 3 people speaking them, and then just one old grandmother speaking it, and then nobody. And the possibilities of encountering the world through the lens of that language is lost. And so we have more and more homogenization. Just as you get Coca-Cola in the jungle, you get English in the jungle, you get standardized interpretation. It's not about the otherness of the other, but it's about, I'm in a field of rich complexity, and what I have is an interpretation. I grew up in Scotland. We didn't have a strong tradition in the school of teaching other languages. I learned a little bit of French. Most people in Scotland are only speaking English. And so they don't have the felicity of moving from one language to another, of seeing that when I speak this language, my body shifts. Different physical gestures arise as I speak. Different tonal quality of the voice manifests to fully embody that language. When you don't have that, you just have, what I speak is normal. This is how it is. And then, of course, because English was a big language of colonialism and spreads into America and so on, it becomes the truth. A few years ago, there was a lot of discussion that the number of Spanish speakers in North America would be overtaking English within 50 years. In California, there's probably more Spanish speakers now than English speakers. With the present government in America, that's going to be reduced. And so richness and variety goes, and you have a kind of more monotone culture. This is a tragedy. So it's not about homogenizing or simplifying. It's about allowing the movement, but not overcooking the movement.
Can I ask something? This kind of automatic we have, that if we hear a sound in our language, then automatically the meaning is conjoined. So this means that even this will more or less vanish, or more or less getting into, say...
Well, it's an interesting thing, isn't it? Because although we say, Dzogchen is about instant presence and the great completion, and it's always already there, our experience tends to be progressive, that we see a bit, and then we see a little bit more, and we see a little bit more. So at first, because we're trying to have a sense of the immediacy of what occurs, we focus on the phenomena, what is arising through the senses, and try to minimize the commentary, which in a sense says through the senses good and commentary is bad. Only contingently, only situationally. When you're more at ease with the flow of the experience of the senses, then you can open up more space for the flow of interpretation and thought and even judgment and bigoted opinion. And you see, this arises and it passes. This is part of the potential of the ground. And so it's not the enemy, but I have to find the relation between the two. So it's summertime. People eat more salad. Do you want to have salad without salad dressing? Or Do you want to enjoy a nice vinaigrette? So the cognitive interpretation, the conceptual interpretation, that's your oil. And if you don't have that, chomping on green leaves. So the flavors of interpretation, especially the multiplicity of interpretations, where you're not speaking your truth, you're just aware of, oh, this is how it is for me at the moment. And what I share will always be an opinion. I've been talking about Dharma for a very long time, and how I talked about it 20 years, 30 years ago is rather different from now. Because I'm older, I've had a lot more experience in therapy and institutions, I got more used to speaking, some of my shyness and hesitancy dissolved due to finding that actually connectivity is there if you just open yourself to it. And so it's not that I have been teaching the Dharma, but Dharma as mediated through me has had various flavors and hopefully has more freshness now. And that will be the same for all of us. But firstly, it helps if we can have the experience of the senses just like this. Like, that's the point of receptivity. But of course, if the tide only came in, all the continents would be flooded. So the tide comes in and the tide goes out. And as the tide of attention to phenomena in their native form is less central, there's more space for our commentary. But the commentary is always of the situation. It's an opinion. It's not the truth. We can never find the truth of what is occurring because it's not real. As soon as you go close to it, it will be transformed. And it will be transformed by how you are. So, thoughts, feelings, memories, opinions, dogmas even, these are not the enemy as long as we see how they arise and how they vanish. And the only way to do this that I know and that the texts describe is stay relaxed and open. Don't be seduced and fall into them, but just see, oh, it's like a light show. Now this is arising, now this is arising, now this is arising. If you couldn't think, if you couldn't adapt your positioning, how would you maintain contact with other people? So, to be responsive is to mobilize your potential for contact, and part of that is the conceptual formations which allow you to give a reading of the situation. But that also is within emptiness. So in the text they say Mo Tongpa, the essence or the truth of everything is Tongpanyi, emptiness. Ranshin Salwa, the complexion of what occurs, that is the clarity, that's these arisings that come and go and come and go. Tuchi Kunkya, compassion is all pervading, because you see that everything you experience is your own mind. It's not the enemy. There is no self, there is no other, there's just this. But if you retract into your self position, then you say how this is for me, and then you like or you don't like, and you build up the picture. But the more our manifestation in the world is as part of the field, our connectivity with the field spreads out in all directions. And then we're interested in everything which occurs and the different kinds of views that people have. For example, there are some therapists who work in prisons with murderers and rapists and people who've been extremely cruel. And there are other therapists who say, I could never do that, because I don't want to be in a room with someone like that. So how you conceptualize the situation, whether it seems like an opportunity for connectivity or an absolute barrier to connectivity, that will influence how it arises, and that is the patterning of your experience. It's not true or not true, it's just the patterning. So then he says, in the state of that natural condition is, Tibetan is ne luk. Ne means to stay, and luk means the style of staying. So we have the geluk pasek. Ge means, gewa means virtue, and their style is virtuous. They made a show of, they approach the world from an ethical, compassionate position. That's their calling card. So that's their look, their style. So ne luk is the way of settling, the way of being non-dual with the ground. In that state, the natural condition, with the experience of bliss that cannot be changed or removed, one should stay peacefully for a long time. This word dewa, there's a lot of pressure in translation to translate it as bliss. But here it's much more like contentment or satisfaction. Because bliss is artificial, whereas contentment is linked with the movement of the field. If you create an intense feeling of any kind, it will be separative. You know, the wrathful deities with flames all around them and roaring, they are exactly not everyone's cup of tea. So they divide the field. There are some people who feel at home in that, and other people who don't feel at home in it. Whereas the peaceful deities are easier for everyone to relate to. So it's not so much about bliss, it's that you're able to see that all sensation is inherently empty, is without its own separate essence. So if you have a pain, it's just this. If you have a sudden toothache, you might scrunch up, it's just this. You might have, some people get a spine that bends as they get older, and it's difficult to correct, so they find themselves hunched, so they're walking always looking at the ground. That's their field of experience, and that's empty too. So the more you can inhabit it without comparing and contrasting, then truly it is what it is, and the quality of that is contentment, happiness, not so much that, more like being at ease with it, not accepting it as having to put up with something you would prefer not to have, but just, I can abide in this, I can live with this, I can inhabit this. So is the recommendation, stay with this as it is. So however your experience is arising, whether you often feel lonely or joyful, whether you have a lot of friends or no friends, whatever the situation is, this is it for you. Don't compare and contrast. This is arising for me. The ground of this arising is my own open, unborn mind. This is the display of the potential of my own open, unborn mind, and from this I move into the world. So however it is as it is. So you don't take up a position with it. This is hard to do, because all around us there are encouragements to make hierarchies of value. But here's saying, collapse the vertical axis. This is an open horizontal field of great diversity. let it be as it is. Stay with the happenstance, the unpredictable patterning of experience, and don't become the manager or the architect or the organizer. The ceaseless arising of thoughts as the power of awareness is clarity. So the ceaseless arising of thoughts, good thoughts, bad thoughts, tedious thoughts, happy thoughts, coming and coming and coming. And remember, thought here includes sensation, perception, means all your experience, however your experience is. If you see that this is the power or the energy or the generosity of awareness, it has no other source but emptiness. It doesn't leave emptiness. It doesn't become an autonomous thing. If you see this, then you have clarity. And the thing about clarity is it dissolves grasping. There is nothing to get, and yet you get always a caress. You get the flavor of the moment. Like the moment. Always freshly prepared, like this, like this, like this. That's the clarity. Because if you're looking to the past, you're looking to the future. This joining of these two generates a veil. Because you can only compare and contrast if you have entities. Here there are no entities.
You don't have to do the dishes.
I beg your pardon?
You don't have to do the dishes.
Indeed. Indeed. No. Dishes are self-cleaning in the Dharmakaya. The point is to recognize the basis of things which are to be purified. So, say you have deep regrets. You really made a mess of some aspects of your life. You've hurt people. Some of your old friends don't even want to speak to you. They think, oh, you're a waste of space, a waste of time. They have drawn their conclusion. What is the basis of this? Due to causes and conditions. At a certain point in your life, you were out of control, you were trouble, you hurt other people, you slept with your friend's wife, and all kind of things. And people think, you're some kind of lowlife. Okay. We can't discount it. It's a fact. This arose, but if you see the root of that arising, I was hungry, I was needy, I felt empty inside, and I didn't understand the nature of emptiness. I saw my emptiness as a lack, and so I went devouring the world, trying to get more and more, and I did it like a wolf or a wild animal. So the root of this was not being awake to the emptiness of the mind, and then I had lacked the clarity of seeing the emptiness. I became enmeshed in the productive power of dualistic consciousness, attributing names, qualities, values, and building up a picture of how it was. So, that is the basis of these things for you. All dharmas arise from causes. The causes are not that you are a bad person or a stupid person, but you got merged into lostness. And if you act from lostness, you will cause trouble for yourself and other people. So the impact of what you've done is to be regretted. You can make reparation to others. You can do purificatory practices. But no matter what you've done, it doesn't distill even one drop of essential, unredeemable badness. There are no bad people. It's not that there are devils and demons that are truly self-existing. So it's always about, don't jump to a conclusion, don't push all the events into a box so that you know what's what. Stay with how it is, stay with how you have been, and then you see, oh, I used to fuck up a lot. I upset people. I don't do that now. Is that because I'm a better person? Or I'm less seduced by my internal urges and impulses, and I'm more thoughtful and connected with the field? Because if I have true contact with other people, why would I abuse them? They are not. If I have real contact with another person, they're not a thing. You can't get a thing. I remember in the clinic we had, when I worked in the psychosexual problems clinic, we very, very sadly met many victims of sexual abuse, sexual violence. And it's absolutely clear that rape has nothing to do with eroticism. Rape is violence because it is disconnected and begins with objectification. If two people fall in love or they just have a lot of sexual desire for each other, they move towards each other, they attune towards each other, and the sexual life as it unfolds involves a pulsation of giving and taking. Rape is not like that. And so the rapist never experiences the shining invitation of the other. What they experience is the revulsion, and that, of course, can increase the violence of the attack. I don't want you. Why would I want you? You're wanting to hurt me. The loneliness that's behind the violence, the desire, I'm empty, I need to get to fill the emptiness, is hidden from so many people. To be with the fact I am empty, and then to look at the emptiness and to see my emptiness on a bad day can feel like a lack, something's missing, therefore I have to have. Or if I stay with the emptiness, this is the potential. As long as the glass is empty, it's available for filling. When your mind is empty, you can fill it. But when emptiness feels like absence and it's linked with longing, and there's a devouring hunger, then you can see how people try to appropriate things, whether it's land or stealing people's cars or sexual assault. It's I must have because I need. But we looked at this term simpa, satisfaction, ease. When you rest in the openness, you don't attack the world with violence. Violence arises from the absence of presence in the ground. So, the basis of the things which are to be purified is already empty. We're not purifying the bad things out of the object. The basis of the object is that it's not an object. The objectness is an add-on, a projection, an attribution. And if we stay with the freshness of the ground, the impulse to put these attributions gets less. And so purification is much easier. So he says, in general, the things to be purified, such as hopes for these experiences and sadness at the end, at ending in dispersal, and not seeing the primordial purity of the essence of meditation. So these three aspects, longing for bright, shiny experiences. I have to get this. I have to, in this very life, I need to awaken. I need to experience the true face of Padmasambhava. Or the sadness, you sit in your practice, and at the end of it, you're just dispersed. You're all over the place. You don't have clarity. Or not seeing the primordial purity of the essence of the meditation, The meditator is empty, the object of meditation is empty, the process of meditation is empty. We don't see all of these things. So these are the things which are to be purified. That is to say, they are all positionings where you stand in relation to your experience. At the moment, I've got the wrong kind of experience. I want to get the right kind of experience. I want the shiny experiences. I read about Milarepa. I want to have what he's got. But I find myself dispersed all over the place. I don't want that. Well, if this is what you have, stay with that. It's the very hope to get something else which makes it impossible to stay with what you've got. Because if you've already got a judgment, this is not right, I shouldn't be like this, I don't want this, I need to change this, then the activity of the changing hides the openness of the ground. So whenever you find yourself, especially if you've been meditating a long time, and somehow it becomes more difficult, you don't sit so regularly, you don't want to read the Dharma books, you'd rather just chat or have a drink. I'm not getting anywhere. In that moment, if you can just be with that, this is a thought, I'm not getting anywhere. Okay, so where are you? I'm here. What sort of a here is this? Well, I'm in a tent in Germany. And how are you here? Full of thoughts. Oh. So stay with that. Stay with the thoughts as they arise, as they interpret your experience. This here, if you stay present with it, is the here and now. It's the veil of the three times, past, present and future, falls away, and it's just this. And if it's just this, there's nothing to compare and contrast. So there's nothing to hope for. There's nothing to fear. It's just this. In that way, many yogis have years and years of terrible meditation, where they feel they have no progress, no hope. Maybe a lot of you will know this story of Asanga Maitreya, but I'll say it briefly again because it's exactly to the point. We often don't believe that other people have these things. So Asanga was living in India, and his devotion turned towards the future Buddha, Maitreya, who at the ending of the period of the teachings of Shakyamuni, he will arise. At the time that he arises, people will die between 16 and 20 years of age, so they just come into puberty, have sex, have a baby, and then they die. And they don't know anything about anything. So he comes and he says, don't hit each other. Be kind. Very, very simple things, because that's all they can manage. Anyway, Asanga has devotion to Maitreya. He sits in his cave and he's longing to see the face of Maitreya. But after years and years, he thinks, this is not going to work. I've tried and I've tried. So he leaves the cave and he's going home, and he comes to a hill, and on top of the hill there is somebody with a little broom, and he's brushing and brushing the top of the hill. And he says, Sangha says, friend, what are you doing? And he says, you see, that's my house down there. And when the sun is up, it's lovely, it's in the sunshine. But by 4 o'clock in the afternoon, it's in the shadow, because the hill is too big. So I'm going to reduce the size of the hill. So Asanga thinks, wow, if you have the patience to do that, I'll go back to the cave. So he goes back to the cave. He does another 5 years. And he goes out and feeling hopeless. I've tried, I've done everything I know. I'm gone, I'm going back. He comes along the path, he sees a person with a piece of iron, and he's got cotton wool, and he's rubbing the iron with the cotton wool. He says, friend, what are you doing? He said, you see my trousers? There's a big tear in them. I don't have a needle, so I'm going to make a needle and then I can repair my trousers. So I was thinking, whoa, I'm just an amateur. I don't know anything about patience. So he goes back to the cave again. Again he's practicing. Years and years. Doesn't work. This time I'm gone. I don't care what I see. I'm just going home. So he walks away and he's down in a little valley and he hears this sound. He looks home and there's a dog and it's limping and it's in pain. And he goes up to the dog and he speaks sweetly to it. And he sees, oh, it's got a wound in its leg. So he thinks, what shall I do to heal it? And then he looks more and he says it's full of maggots. So he says, I need to take the maggots out. So he gets a little stick and puts it in and thinks, oh, I'm going to hurt the maggot. I need something soft. So he tries his finger, he licks his finger and sees if the maggot will come on his finger. But it's not coming. So he thinks, I need to offer it something warm and soft, like the womb, like the wound that it can come onto. So, with a sense of revulsion, he closes his eyes and he leans down and puts his tongue out, hoping that the maggots will come on his tongue and he can take them out so the wound can heal. And as he does that, there is Maitreya. Very beautiful story. Because it wasn't about striving, it was not striving to get someplace, it was his own self-limitation. So when he puts the other first, when he transcends the self-referential turn of the ego, he finds his freedom. So that's the same for us, the will to power, the striving to make it happen, brings its own problems. We have to work with the circumstances of our lives. So, it might be looking after an aged mother who has treated you badly. She's formally your mother, but you don't like her very much. But she needs help. So how do you offer help from the heart to someone who you feel was heartless to you? It's very similar. You stay inside your interpretation and you're limited. You open yourself to the need of the other person and then you see that they've shat themselves and you help them, clean them, you're wiping the shit off your mum's bum. Because she comes first. And this taste that you would have has a valency, it has a power, but the plight of your mother, if that becomes stronger, some transformation occurs. I don't need to process what is happening through myself and my likes and dislikes. I can just flow out for the other. They need this, I'll do this. So we face all sorts of situations like that. So once we have the view, it's life that offers us the chance for practice, not just sitting and doing the mantras or the visualizations. So then he says, thus, if there is the bewilderment of many thoughts, in the knowledge of pacifying of the outer and inner dispersal in its own place, abide clearly without contrivance. So he says, if your mind is just like a storm, a maelstrom of conflicting views and opinions, don't despair. Don't objectify it. Don't take it as a report card on your value as a human being. Let your mind rests in its own openness, and that is the own place, the place of occurrence of these thoughts, because they're all arising in emptiness and vanishing in emptiness. So if you relax into your empty nature, whatever the nature of these thoughts, they just come and go. So you abide without contrivance. This is the real nature of calm abiding. So you don't do anything artificial. You don't compliment yourself for being so brave or courageous. You don't run any commentary at all. Again, it's not that the commentary is intrinsically bad, but at this stage, what you want is the calm abiding, so that you can remain equal and open however it is. And if commentary comes in, it's likely to be distorting. The more you're settled in openness, the more you're not adding the ingredients of your opinions, you see everything which occurs in emptiness, as emptiness, like the reflection in the mirror. There's nothing for me to do. There's nothing for me to do. And so the egoic urge to make it better, to be in the right way, to do it in the right way, that dissolves. And that is calm abiding. On the ground of this natural condition, means settled into this unborn openness, without modification or adulteration, the powerful, unobscured expression of awareness is seen directly, and this is the introduction to insight or true seeing, which is vipassana. So non-dual vipassana is to stay with what's revealed through non-involvement, and as the fear of being overwhelmed by patterns you don't like goes down, you can stay more and more present and open, even though evaluation arises, because you focus on how is it. And so your long-standing habit of saying, what is it, which then names it and evaluates it, that's present alongside how is it. And the more you can see the how, you see that the how is behind the what, that the what is like the flowering of the how. And so the ground, the movement that arises in the ground, and the transient patterning of this manifestation, they are inseparable. And so there's nothing to be improved, nothing to be changed. However it is the radiance of the mind, of the Dharmakaya. Okay, maybe take a few minutes discussing together. Does this make sense? That is to say, would you buy a used car from Nudin Dorji? So, see if there are any things you want to say about your experience.
Hello. I try my very best with my English.
Thank you.
I have a question. The emptiness you describe in our awareness is one, and the emptiness in the cup is the other. What is the link? It is not the same. The emptiness in the cup, there's something you can put in. And the open awareness is something you can put in. all is open and all is flowing, all is energy.
Flowing into the cup of the openness. You have thoughts, feelings, memories, they arise and pass. So, if this wasn't a cup, if we knocked the bottom out of it, and we just had a tap running into it, there would be a flow of water or content flowing through the container. So it's not that the container is just a limited thing like that, but if it was a glass tube, it would be a limitless container, because as the water was passing through, it would be contained. So the mind's more open in that way. Thoughts, feelings, memories are here and they're gone, and they're here and they're gone. And there's this kind of, not exactly a stream, but you get these flashings. And so the mind is empty. That is to say, I don't have any permanent thoughts, I don't have any permanent feelings or expectations. And the mind is full because there are always the arising and passing of these momentary parts. So, emptiness is not a metaphysical quintessence. It's not a very subtle substance. It is the space of appearance. And anything can appear because the space is very, very big. And before you came, we had been looking at these 5 questions which you've done in the past about where does the mind come from and so on. So when we try to locate the mind, we can't find anything, and yet, moment by moment, there's experience. This is the great mystery. It's not something that some engineer could bring these two things together. The showing is the showing of the illusion within the openness of the mind. It's not that out of nothing comes something, and then somehow we get rid of it, and then we get nothing again. There is a no-thingness, so nothing is no thing, known entity. The space of the openness is not filled with entities, with rarefied substances, but it is filled with patterns of appearance, which are like an illusion, like the reflection in the mirror. And so, every time we try to catch our thoughts, another thought comes in, and instead of getting more clarity about this thought, we find, we've run into a whole chain of thoughts. We're building up some image, because this was just this. It's here and now and not there. Which is kind of strange, because our ordinary belief is, I am here, I am the thinker, these are my thoughts, I know what I'm doing. And yet, our awareness is passive, receptive, expressive. There's no somebody trying to do it or make it, so in that sense it's passive, it's not interfering with what's occurring. And what occurs shows the patterning of this particular moment.
Yes, and the cup. What is with the cup?
The cup, just with the cup. I just use it as an example that because the cup has no fixed content, we cannot know what kind of a cup it is. If we put water in it, it's a water cup. If we piss in it, it's a cup of piss. But if there's nothing in it, it's a potential. So this is what our mind is. The openness of the mind is a potential, but it's a potential that is always full. But the difference is that when we put water or even a pen in the cup, this is now my pen holder, the presence of this seems to define the nature of the container. But when thoughts arise in the mind, they don't allow us to see the truth of the mind, they show us the truth of the arising. So when you look in a mirror, you see the patterns of the reflections, but you don't see the mirror itself. So the availability of the cup is the sight of the showing of many possibilities, but when we grasp at it, that's where James keeps his pen. So now we know what this is. The function of this pen, of this cup, is to hold the pen. When we take the pen out, we can put all sorts of things in. So it's the reification or the solidification comes when I come to a conclusion. I've arrived someplace. I know what it is. Please miss me. Like you're back in primary school. I know. So it's this. I know something. But actually this is just contingent. It's just arising together. And although it is for sure, perceptually, the pen is in the cup, and we can describe this cup as the pen holder, the cup is not intrinsically or in and of itself a pen-holding cup. So these identifications which arise moment by moment are situationally true, but not absolutely true. Yeah.
When you talked about the cup and the pen, there are some cups which are on like tables, and they are only used as a container for pens. And I sometimes feels for me that my mind also has their patterns. Like it is set up like the appearances. I have the same pattern, and because of the same pattern which arises in me, the play of the me and the object, the thing, it is the same. However, you also say the mind is full of potential, right? And this kind of like clashes for me. Like it is full of potential. I see this, but I catch myself doing the same thing over and over and over again.
We call that obsession. Yes. Because we're looking to be something, to be someone. When you look around the room and you see everyone else's body, they seem to be just there. They're there in themselves. And that somethingness seems to invite us to also be a something. And so we edit the vagaries, the happenstance, the unpredictability of what arises, and we're trying to maintain our self-image. And because we've been doing that for a long time, we do come into these patterns again and again. But it's not the limitation of your potential. So you might be quite a peaceful person, and you might feel you're maybe not very brave or courageous. We suddenly hear, help, help, fire! And the Berghof has gone on fire, so we rush up the stairs, and you rush into the building. You don't know what happens in that moment, and you pull someone out of the flames. So where did that come from? I wouldn't normally do that. I wouldn't think of myself as a kind of person who would do that. It's what you do.
I've noticed things like this, like where appearances like this happen, and they again fade away. And I tried pushing myself more into this space of like, I don't know ism. Like, I don't know what is happening. And it happens, like, the I don't know happens, and I do, and I act, and it happens, and then when coming out of it, it still feels like it is, like, I tend to fall back into the patterns. But I saw the potential, but it is still gone again. Is the potential also arising and passing then?
The potential, your habitual formation is one subset of the open potential. And because you have a regularity of factors in your life, you can keep this situation growing. So I used my new mobile phone, speaking with a friend, and she was in despair because in England it's very hot at the moment and her garden is dying and there's a ban on hoses. So all her herbs are dying in the sunshine. They need a particular environment in which to grow. It's too hot and there's not enough water. So the patterning of your sense of self is not held by some deep integrity of you being you, but it's a balance between the environmental factors and the internal factors. And that's why I gave the example, if there was a fire, that environmental factor might disrupt and you would go there, or you could become a bystander. You could just say, oh gosh, all these people are rushing up the stair. Some people do that. Some people leap forward, some people leap back. So we can't necessarily know how that would be, but as the ecology changes, the security of the predictability of the environment starts to go down for many people. Job uncertainty, inflation affects all sorts of things. So I would imagine that what you see as the continuity of yourself has a bit more of a bumpy ride inside, and you're probably just balancing it. So like with a small dinghy, the more ballast you have, the more weight you have in the bottom of the boat, the less likely it is to tip over. And that ballast is the conviction, I am who I am, this is me, and you return to the same again and again. But actually the boat is moving with circumstances. Okay.
Question two. A little bit a more practical question. I was still in my mind with the story you told about the yogi and the interpretation you gave and what we can do, for example, with the mother. And nowadays is the zeitgeist is very often I hear it's so important to set borders to other people when they are overtaking you, to make clear this is the border, don't go over that. And then that seems to me quite the opposite to what you said. But obviously it's useful too, just to protect yourself from people who are too much overtaking you. Can you say something to that, please?
When you get home and you go in the kitchen and you want to make a cup of tea, do you have a tap? And the tap opens and the tap closes. If it was open all the time, you get a very big water bill. If it's closed all the time, you never get a cup of tea. So the fact of having a tap is incredibly useful. So you don't want to be defendedly in a small circle, but due to causes and circumstances, you can open or close the tap. So if somebody is very invasive and has no sense of boundaries in themselves, then you need to be like that. But if they're not invasive, if they're just disturbed and they're in a mess, then you might have more, you might feel this person's not devouring me, they actually see me, but they feel helpless, and they have gratitude for the little I've offered them, so I could offer more. And gratitude is such an important thing. When we give, if there's no gratitude, you start to wonder, hang on, there has to be some kind of movement, quid pro quo, some kind of equalization. Otherwise the structure is likely I get depleted and they get fed. So how do we find the toing and froing? We might need to say something to someone. I notice every time we go out, I end up paying for the meal. Why do you think that is? So many people are like that. We call them freeloaders. You know, they want to set it up so that they're never the one that buys the round of drinks. So that's a habit pattern for them. And maybe they've got a deep yearning to be taken care of. But what they're not doing is saying, I find it so lonely taking care of myself all the time. Sometimes I like it that you just take care of me. If they did that, then you would be already in some kind of dialogue, but it's the kind of the stealing, as if it hadn't been taken, and then you feel abused and exploited. So I think it's having a sense of the nuances of the interaction that makes it easier. But right now we have all the immigrants. And I noticed that in the British news system now, they've just changed for some reason in the last month or so from talking about illegal immigrants to irregular immigration, which takes away the sort of negative turn. Either way, there's a sense these people shouldn't be doing this. So they are desperate. That's their stuff. So it is a long, long time ago that people knew that the Sahel was heating up. In Nigeria, 50 years ago, there were battles between the nomads and the settled people because the nomads were having to come south because the Sahara was getting hotter and they would go into the fields. The climate change means many currently inhabited areas will become uninhabited. This is not surprising. Western countries have talked a lot about how they could bring different kinds of agriculture into these areas. It's not been a prime concern. So now that it's really getting hot and people are losing their goats, they're losing their cows, and more bandits are coming because the bandits will always go into that kind of area, people are coming up. They go into Senegal, they get to the Gambia, and there's lots of boats and smugglers operating from there. We don't think of the causes. We only react when we get punched on the nose. But we could see it coming. We could see it coming. And of course, one of the big things that's happened in Africa is cheap mobile phones. And as soon as you have cheap mobile phones, you have A, everybody's looking at pornography. And B, everybody's looking at how wealthy the people are in Europe. And they're thinking, fuck, I want a bit of that. I want a bit of that. So it's as if the internet and the electronic communication has brought paradise closer. All I've got to do is get to Europe or get across the channel to Britain, and then I'll be fine. So it's a magical projection. Their situation is dire and bad, but it's completely unmanaged in a reasonable way. Completely unmanaged. And it's tragic. So of course there will be people who are invasive, aggressive. There are all sorts of criminal gangs running the smuggling of people in small boats into Britain. Ethics goes out the window. So who's going to think about the big picture? Well, under Trump, the international agencies that could do that monitoring and could bring people together to think together, how will we deal with it? That's fading away. So you have intensification of the problematic structure and less willingness to think that I have to take responsibility and I have to be involved. So this is a real time bomb that's going to explode. So of course we're going to feel invaded, because it's my land, my way of life. When Mrs. Merkel took in 1 million people, that was a great gesture, but it also was one of the fuels that led to alternative for Germany. That more right-wing parties rise up in relation to that. We don't want to be swamped by these people. We will lose our way of life. So that has to do with identity.
Just wanted to say I didn't mean it with immigrants, but in personal circumstances.
Okay, but it's the same way, isn't it? Just these people are intruding. Are they entitled to intrude? Do you want them to intrude? If you say no, how big a no can you say? I don't think the political situation and the personal one is so very different. Because if you say no and you think I should be compassionate, I should be caring, then it's difficult to say no. Because their suffering is manifest. I think this will challenge Western countries a great deal. How do you set a limit? Should I set a limit? That will depend on your capacity, on your willingness to have a sense that the frame of my life is pliable, flexible, responsive, or you think I'm hanging on to what I've got, I'm under attack. So whether it's a neighbor or a friend that's pushing a bit, okay, I could do that. You could find the wherewithal in yourself, or you think, no, I'm under attack. So it's how we construe it, how we make sense of it. Not easy to know. Okay, so we have lunch now, and then we meet again at 3:30.
And the movements, the Wujong movement will be at 2:15.
Excellent. Okay, so we do the 3 up. So now he's talking on the basis that you've experienced opening to this unborn ground. You experience the clarity of the ungraspability of whatever is arising. And you see that there is no difference between these two. So at the bottom of page 108, it says, thus, for whichever of the afflictions arise, be it aversion, attraction, or assumption, and for whatever thoughts arise, good or bad, do not inhibit them. Do not see them as enemies. So, many different patterns can arise. Sometimes simply a rejection, sometimes a complex feeling of liking and not liking simultaneously. See, however the mind arises, that is to say, whatever disposition or tendency or feeling tone seems to pervade you, and whatever seems to be the quality of the appearances that arise, do not inhibit them, don't block them, don't stop them doing what they do, because they will arise and go by themselves. If you interfere, it breaks that simplicity of arising and vanishing. And do not see them as enemies. This is a very big leap to say, however my mind is, it's okay. Now, this is a meditation instruction or encouragement. It doesn't mean that you can say what you like and do what you like when you're out with other people, because there you're wanting to have an alignment, a contact, a co-emergence that's neither invasive nor abandoning. But when you're just in your own practice, whatever occurs is your friend, because if you observe it will show you its own absence of inherent existence. An angry thought, a sad thought, a painful thought, something you don't like, something you do like. If you don't turn it into an enemy, if you don't try to correct it, it will just arise and vanish, arise and vanish. The only way to have the confidence of that is to do it again and again. And then you see, however the patterning of the appearance, it never separates from the ground. And therefore, if you don't interrupt the arising and vanishing, your mind will stay relaxed and free. He says, don't evaluate what's coming. Don't put them in any hierarchy. Don't see them in terms of familiar or unfamiliar, or useful or not useful. Don't apply any patterning of interpretation to see value. Just stay with them. Their true nature has been empty from the very beginning, and they do not go beyond that. No thought can find an inherent existence. It's not there. Even if it was imagined, it would have no permanence. Thoughts, feelings, sensations, memories, plans are illusions, like a mirage, like an echo, like a cloud. There is appearance, but there's nothing behind it and there's nothing in it. So he's saying, nothing is ever born into separation from the ground. Everything remains within the ground, yet within its diversity. So it is very important to develop your ability to abide in spontaneity free of grasping. Now, our ego self is a storyteller, a picture builder, a collage maker. We know how to make patterns to show resemblance, to show what is unfamiliar. Don't do any of that. Just leave it as it is. And then, as you start to trust the internal purity of whatever arises, that it is nothing other than the ground showing itself, then you have a spontaneous freedom or the spontaneous self-liberation of the phenomena. So, the less you do, the more you see that I am not the manager, I am not the owner, I'm not the gardener, it's not up to me to help the flowers and stop the weeds. It comes as it comes, and it goes by itself. Then he quotes this very famous text, the Talgyur, at the top of 109. Talgyur says, all the thoughts that can possibly arise are self-liberating, like a knotted snake tossed in the air. So you imagine you've got a long, thin snake, and it's all wound in itself. If you just flip it with a stick, it'll go up in the air and straighten itself out, hit the ground, and start moving away. The knots in the snake untie by themselves. If you've got a piece of string and it's knotted, they won't untie by themselves. But the thoughts, the feelings, the memories, they're much more vivacious, much more alive than an object. They're an aspect of your subjectivity. So, but then he says, yet those yogis who know what is to be abandoned seek the antidote elsewhere. So, you may have studied different views of Dharma. You may have studied the importance of not allowing yourself to be distracted And therefore, a thought that arises that seems to enclose you in itself becomes a problem. It's as if the thought is stealing the shining vitality of the moment. And then you look for an antidote elsewhere. You think you have to do something, Vajrasattva, or some devotional prayer, something to shift how you are. Hoping to gain benefits and avoid difficulties, they are bound by duality. Experience primordial liberation from that false effort. So primordial liberation means from the very beginning, there has never been any need to free yourself from the delusion that you exist and that the object exists, because it has been a delusion. If it's a delusion, it is like a hallucination. It is not true. How would you get rid of something which is a mental aberration, a confusion? You don't indulge it, and it goes free, because it never had any truth to it. So this is, he's calling in on this text to say, this is one of the early ancient Dzogchen texts. We believe it's pure and close to the source. Don't follow the path of antidotes. You need an antidote if you have a disease, if you have a sickness. Something's gone wrong, so it needs an intervention which will be corrective. But nothing has gone wrong. However the mind is, angry, sad, depressed, lost, happy, free, playful, whatever pattern is there, that is just this moment of the showing of the potential of the ground and requires no effort. So the less you do, and especially if you can do nothing at all of these patterns will liberate themselves like the snake which is tossed in the air. It's not actually tied, it's a delusion. Thus, as regards the objects of the five senses, in which are sought antidotes for the afflictions which are to be abandoned, if you maintain spontaneity, no matter what grasping thoughts arise, then there is the self-liberation of the objects of the six senses. So maintaining spontaneity means don't interfere with that process. Like the wave arises from the sea and goes into the sea. The wave has never been other than the sea, but with this seeming emergence, the wave takes on a situational otherness. It never actually becomes other than the sea, and yet if you're standing on the beach and you're looking out at the flow of the waves, this is the sea, this is the wave. This is the sea, this is the wave. So there are two distinct things. There's the openness of the sea, the depth of the sea, and the movement of the wave. If you don't separate these two, then the spontaneous movement of whatever arises will go free by itself. The fact is this: you arise from unawareness of the ground. Your source is ignorance. So how are you going to cure the mind when you yourself don't know who you are? Therefore, don't interfere. The old saying is, physician, heal thyself. So see what is wrong in your, or mistaken in your own structuring as the subject before you try to sort out what you project as faults in the object. So he says, who is the knower of this? Who is present now at this very moment? Here we're sitting, people's postures are different, we're in different parts of the room. Here we are. Everything is arising for us, including our sense of our own body, our sense of the shape of the room, other people's bodies, the changing temperature, it gets a bit cooler, little breezes come in the door. I am the space in which the movement occurs, or rather, I am aware of the open ground of the mind, and I'm aware of the movement in this space. I'm not aware of it as something, but I am the lucidity of the showing. So again, it's like the mirror, because the mirror not only has no content of its own, so it's not blocked internally, but its shining surface keeps giving rise to these ungraspable experiences. When you see that your own thoughts cannot be caught, why would you try to catch them? They are of their own nature uncatchable, and your mind is open and empty. It has no need of thoughts. It has no need to get rid of the thoughts. So we sit with this again and again. In your own time, you can sit at home or sit in the park, just relaxed, and see experiences arising, and they vanish. And the seer, the one who sees, has no self-substance. If you start to think you have self-substance, if you end up looking at yourself as if you were the meditator, very gently go back to the 5 questions. Because my mind, at this very moment, when I'm here, does it have shape and color? Does it have size? Is it big or small, inside me or outside me? Does it come from somewhere or not? Does it stay somewhere or not? Does it go somewhere or not? And keep going back to these questions until you get a direct clarity. My mind is not a thing. And because my mind, which is the experiencer or the shower or the site of the display, is not a thing, all that can arise for it is also not a thing. And therefore there is no need to antidote what occurs or actively liberate what is there. So relaxed, you're just sitting, and all kind of experiences are coming and going, as long as you don't interfere, as long as you don't think it's up to you to add value. So this takes us back again to the name of our orientation, Dzogpa Chembo, the great completion. It means the integrity of the ground and what arises from the ground has never been lost. It doesn't change, although the patterning of what arises is always changing. Oh. So all I have to do is relax and stay open, relax and stay open. And then we see the thoughts come by themselves. And that the false identity of your egoic sense of self that says, I am the CEO, the chief executive officer of this edifice called James, and I have to keep an eye on what is going on and correct it and make sure we follow all the right rules. That positioning, which is both apart from the flow of what is arising and also highly intrusive onto and interfering with the pattern of what is arising, it starts to thin and thin and thin until you're not referring to it at all. And you, as the subject, lose your burden of selfhood and your simple presence. You show. And that's enough. And this showing is very bright, very quick, very intelligent. You don't have to work hard at it. So, with this, he says, no matter what the thoughts are, leave them alone, don't get involved. And then you have this self-liberation of the 6 senses. So light is coming in your eyes, you don't process it in any way. Sound comes in your ear, you don't process it. You're not making sense of the sound or what you see. It's just this shimmering presence. Now, from the point of view of duality, you're making yourself stupid because you're forgetting even how to put a name on something. But the name doesn't reach the object. The name tells you about the namer and not the object. So why would you want to do that? I'm holding a book in my hand. This book is made of pages. The cover is a bit glossy and inside the paper is matte. There's no illustrations inside. So I can tell you things just even about the structure of the book. I'm talking about the book. So I've already got the sense, here is an object enduring in time. It has a past. At the moment it's here. This present is it's in my hand. And in the future, I don't know. There's a lot to sort out there. The more thoughts you add, the more contradictions you introduce, the more complex it seems, and then you have to sort it out. But that is your own mind. This is the very great sadness. I'm trying to gain clarity, and I'm doing it by adding thoughts. But thoughts are a sign of the loss of clarity. So you're really, really going the wrong way. But if I just leave my mind as it is, it'll be all over the place. But this is a safe place to be all over the place. Strange thoughts, strange sensations in the body. What does it mean? Who knows? Who knows? It will mean whatever you want it to mean because it is a site of interpretation, but it doesn't need interpretation. So he says, whatever good thoughts or bad thoughts arise, do not pursue them in search of benefit or harm. Practice the state of the one who is open to happy or sad thoughts. So that's a real question for us. Am I open to the arising and even the fusion with thoughts which are happy or sad? Generally, we like happiness more than sadness. So, as long as we have put our interpretation onto this pattern of thought, and as it arises we have an aversion to it, this will close our opening. We will not be receptive, we will not be hospitable. So we say, stay open, however the thoughts are, we welcome them. So this is a continuation of the same move that we have when we take the Bodhisattva vow. May all beings be happy. They could be murderers, torturers, they could be very generous people, they could be poets, they could be dancers, they could be lovely, the kind of people you would like as your friends. That's not the issue. They arise and they vanish. Rise and then they're gone. Don't make something out of the self-display of nothing. Nothing comes from nothing. A mirage is nothing showing a something which is nothing. The reflection in the mirror is nothing which appears to be something, but is actually nothing. If it became a something, then you would have to scrape it out of the mirror, because now the mirror would have something in it or on it. But it's nothing. It's an illusion, like a shadow, like an echo. You don't have to get rid of it. It will go. It just goes. There's nothing mystical here. There's nothing requiring some symbolic initiation, or wearing a special hat, or wearing robes, or going on pilgrimage. It's just like this. And they sell these texts. If you want, you can share these texts with other people, because they are self-secret. It's very difficult to understand what they mean, unless you're ripe. You have to be ripe. What is the ripeness? The ripeness is resting without grasping. When we're not ripe, we're grasping. Yeah.
Where is the microphone?
I have the feeling that we are going, or I'm going maybe in circles. It's a repetition and repetition. And I thought it feels like I heard this like millions and millions of times, the same idea and the same idea.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that my mind got it, but at least I think, am I going crazy? It's like the same concept looping around itself over and over and over and over again.
Yeah.
What should we do? Because it's not complicated.
It's not complicated.
But I think we are totally
Yeah.
muted and idiotic, or
Did
something.
you ever see West Side Story?
Yes.
Maria, I just met a girl named Maria. And he keeps saying Maria, Maria. Why? Because he's in love with Maria. We are in love with Dzogchen. He said it again and again. All over Tibet. All over Tibet, people are chipping on stone. O Ma Hong, O Mani Pipi Pri. Again and again. For in the Buddhist culture, repetition is not a sign of a fault. In English writing, on the same page, you shouldn't have, you can say and but, and so again and again, but bigger words you shouldn't repeat. You should use a fresh word. But in Tibetan texts, they like the repetition. So we get a bit bored with it. Say, fucking hell, what is this? So that's either we want to have it as a tool, that it's useful to open up some space, it should do something, but it's just there. It's
And
just there.
also, my brain doesn't seem to be working anymore. It's like, it has been washed,
Yeah.
and nothing is getting in about it, because I think, again, the same idea, I heard you.
I agree.
There's
I
nothing
agree.
there's
You're
nothing
bored hearing it and I'm bored saying it, so.
That's... Yeah, it's like a bad joke, but that doesn't sign an end, It's like the stupidity of samsara, just over and over. I thought I'm having a deja vu. It's over and over the same sentences.
Okay.
Anyway, maybe it's time to dance or something.
It's a good idea, isn't it? I mean, if you're a performing artist, you repeat the basic structure, whether it's a dance or a song, again and again and again. And if you become successful, you go on tour and you sing the same song again and again and again. It's not exactly the same as this, but when we feel, I've heard it before, our ego self, our dualistic consciousness has heard it. So then the question is, for you, what will help to massage it so that it goes beneath the surface? Just taking a little bit of it and really massaging it in so that it is absorbed and it becomes the starting place, so that the meaning of the text is like the 3 R's. It opens and then you proceed from there. But if the words are just coming, it's like being battered to death. And you get books which are very, very big in Tibet, thousands of pages, and they say the same thing again and again and again. You could write it on the back of a postcard. Truly. But they say that because most of the books, these are somebody's personal vision. I mean, this is from Nudin Dorji. Nudin Dorji incarnation from the time of Padmasambhava, when he was called Kejun Lotsama. And he discovers these terma texts, which is this. So this is a mind tear. He sat down, he just wrote it very quickly, or it just flew out of him. So it wasn't really him who wrote it. He was like the channel for the expression of his text. So in that sense, it's fresh, but it's the same. It's the same. I've got it. So it's not about grasping, it's about the massage, the encouragement, relax and release. But I take your point. So what shall we do? Yeah, there's a question there.
Please.
What is the repeat again?
This morning there was the word bliss.
Bliss, yeah.
And you said it could also be being at ease.
Yeah.
Which I like more.
Yeah.
Now, I'm thinking, let's see if I can reframe it. Is there a being at ease even with the rising of an I in duality? Like, because otherwise it would be that getting into a duality is something I could blame myself for.
Okay.
In a way.
Okay.
This is not, so the bliss would, or the being at ease could be there when I'm successful in, I understand it's not that way, but when I'm successful in not being in duality. But in a way, I know the title of the book by Lon Shenpa, Resting in Illusion, which made me think of, it's even possible that there's an awareness that stays there, even when an I comes up in a duality. So it's even possible to rest in a certain sense in duality.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Because there is one source, and the source is described by Samantabhadra as having these 5 qualities. It's uncompounded, it's not a construct, it's not put together. It's self-arising, Rangjung. Nobody makes it appear, it's just there, it's intrinsic. It's Longyang, it has infinite expanse, it has no center, no edge, it's everywhere without effort. You can't express it, Jojume, and it's never touched by the names of samsara and nirvana. So you can't categorize it. So it's beyond anything. And because it is so vast, everything is welcome in it. And in that welcome, in that allowance, then negative thoughts are also empty. Positive thoughts are also empty, intrinsically so, but they appear to be real. So if I'm having a bad day and I think, God, I'm so stupid. And that's a kind of internal subject-object. And something seems to be established. In this moment, I despair about myself, or I don't like myself. This is an illusion. This is just a pattern of emptiness. It's thought and emptiness. It arises and dissolves. So nothing needs to be done with it. But if I'm trapped in the identification, in the fusion with the cognitive message, then I think something has to be done. So in what Longchenpa, I think, is referring to is always, if you stay with the ground, open with the ground, whatever emerges is the display of the ground, the blossoming of the ground, and it cannot go wrong because it is the ground. Even although in terms of your interpretation, you could set up your vertical axis and say, this is good, this is not so good, this is terrible. The one who does the categorizing is the one who has lost the presence of the ground. So in all situations, find the ease of relaxing back into the ground, and then whatever is arising will be self-liberating, it will just vanish. But if you take your thought to be a message of truth, and it seems to establish something, that will reinforce an alienation. Oh, I'm really in a mess, I need to work on this. So, however your mind arises, see it as the radiance of the ground. And if you seem to be getting caught up in it or struggling with it, no need for antidotes, no need to do something different, just relax and release. And it will go, because everything which arises goes. But if whatever arises is taken as something, as if I've been invaded by this terrible thought which is defining me, it doesn't feel so likely that I could just let go and it would go, because it must be a message there's something really wrong with me. Let it go. Let it go. And that's hard. That is hard to do, because we're trained to mobilize, to make corrections, improvements, to edit, and so on. How could a messy mind be just as valid as a clear mind? How could a deliciously roast potato be the same as a raw potato? It's not the same. Bite the fucking. It's not the same. No, it's not the same as taste. But it's come from the same ground. The taste or the formation or the showing is not indicative of a separate essence. So when we say in the Mahayana thing, all phenomena are without inherent essence, and this is a badly cooked potato, and this is a beautiful potato, there's no essential difference between them, but there's a difference of taste. You know? Because if you cut into the delicious potato, you won't find some inner sight of excellence. Or into the raw potato, you won't find some inner essence. It's just due to causes and conditions that these qualities manifest. But they're not essential qualities. They're the qualities of interdependence. Your tongue prefers a cooked potato to a raw one. So the attribution, this is not good, is mediated through yourself. So now, instead of it being a co-emergence of these two forms, the Advaita, it's there's no difference between subject and object, or Advaya, there's no difference between the ground and what appears. When the judgment comes strongly and it appears this is not that, and inherently so, then we get stuck. And they are not the same, but their difference is an illusion, because it has no substance to it. So relax, release, be at ease with the mind, however it is. This is the meditation instruction. It's not an instruction for going to the market on Saturday morning. Because in the world of interaction, qualities do matter. But only because I want to get these potatoes because I want to make, I don't know, a fish pie. So I want to have good mashed potato, the kind that can absorb the butter, and maybe put some cheese on the top. So I'm looking with an intention of cause and effect. But when we're doing the practice, there's no product that we're interested in. if we get hooked on the product and the evaluation, we will be displaced. You will become the observer rather than the sight of the clarity. You'll have been displaced. You'll have displaced yourself from the openness of the mirror. Does that make sense? Yeah.
I just wanted to say something, adding to what Julieta said, because I sometimes too have the feeling that it's repeating and repeating and repeating the same thoughts. But then sometimes just before she asked her question, it was like with this sentence, practice the state of the one who is open to both heavy and sad thoughts. I was just thinking how radical this sentence is. It comes like this, but it's such a radical thing, and that how far away I am from this. Yeah, that was just what I was considering before. Yeah,
because of course we are extremely familiar with dualistic construction. So the repetition of this is to try to help us to be more familiar with an unusual idea, and especially an unusual idea that says it is intrinsically true, it is not artificial. Whereas the thoughts we've been practicing since our childhood, they seem to be intrinsically true because everybody agrees that they're true. And this is weird stuff. So making the weird normal and then profoundly true puts into question our normality. So it's almost like, again, kind of trying to balance the scales. We're tilted towards all that arises is real. Some things are good, some things are bad. I want to get more of the good. I don't want to have any of the bad, which is the normal ego orientation.
I have an idea that can be discharged if we are not in agreement with me, but I just had the idea, how would it be to build up groups and try to express what we understood from these teachings in a creative way, in the way the group finds beneficial. It could be a song, it could be a poem, it could be something with the body like Joao did. I found that activity of Joao the other day so beneficial because it was a very practical way of getting out of myself together with the others, so it was a perfect representation of the teaching, the spirit of the teachings.
Yes.
So that, would maybe wake us up a little bit and bring us a little bit into the sense of what does it mean for me.
Okay. Would you like to do that just now? Other people are drawn to that idea? Oh, no. Oh. I mean, the small groups will be coming soon. I guess you could take it up there. But I do think it's, you know this story of Machit Labdran, when she was working as a reader of the Prajnaparamita text. It's a small story I've told many times. And she heard that the Lama was giving an initiation, mainly to the monks of the monastery. So she goes along and all the monks are looking at her, and the Lama says, well, we don't give this to women. She said, please, please, please. And he said, okay, but you sit at the back. And so he starts the initiation, and halfway through she gets up and she goes out. And the monks are all looking at each other, And when they come out, standing outside in the courtyard, and think, oh, she's gone. Then someone says, no, look, she's up the tree. She's sitting on the branch of the tree. And then they're all laughing and joking, and the Lama comes out and he said, look, she didn't get the initiation. He says to them, she's the only one who got the initiation. And that's it. If you get it, you get it. I mean, because we're here, we don't have much time, we're trying to stay close to it, and so it goes over and over. But hopefully some of this will linger with us, and it becomes a way of being. It's not a tool for thinking. It's not a technique or a method that we use. It's more like an Alexander technique. You feel that you're balanced and you're not balanced, and somebody's making the adjustment, and it feels unnatural. No, that can't be right. So you go back and say, no, that's not right. This is right. So you've got this thing between what is habitual but off balance and what is balanced but unusual. And it's trying to find these two. And I would agree that here going over these bits again and again may not be too helpful. Any other thoughts or questions?
More of a practical question. With this retreat, we got also this text on the 21 senses, and we did 2 of them. So my question is it something we can work on our own with? Would you recommend to go through it and see which one would fancy and practice them more? Or how would we deal with this text?
I think I taught the whole lot in one place, so they will be, they're on the web somewhere. Hopefully we can do some more, but we could shift to the Simson just now. Do you want to have a change? Yay! It's quite good at first to practice this with somebody who's got the transmission, because it can be a little bit you can lose the point of it. Remember, the purpose of doing this is to give yourself into an intense experience, which then comes to a sudden end. If you're practicing it on your own, you always want to end it just suddenly, and then you sit with what's there when it ends. So, in a sense, if you've got appearance and emptiness, but you can't see the emptiness because you're so caught up in the appearance, you're intensifying the appearance, and when you let go, there's just emptiness. So that's a function of it. So now in number 3, this Samson is called the laughter of wrathful and joyous manifestations. You make the sound of ha, loud and fast in a state of presence. Now we need to relax and open, and then it's ha, 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 ha. And you can do it quite physically to bring some energy into it. I'll just read out the rest of the instruction. The experience of a state of clarity without thought should arise. So you're focused fully into this. There's no space for thinking about it. So the structure of subject and object dissolves. And so he says the clarity without thought will arise. Ha is linked to movement and represents the wrathful deities. It is wrathful, short and sharp. Concentrating on this sound cuts our thoughts, our confusions. It's useful when we are relaxed and therefore experience thoughts arising. Ha can open the space within which distraction occurs. When our agitation and distraction are less intense, ha can be said lightly as we exhale deeply from our mouth. So you can do it in a softer way with a long, slow exhalation. But for our purposes, we want to do it in this very rapid way. So, want your body loose and relaxed, particularly your belly relaxed, your diaphragm relaxed. There's no visualization. You're giving yourself into this sound. And then when it feels right, you just start saying this ha, loud and sharp and quick and intense.
From the belly? Or
ha, ha. So it's more like from if you do it here too much, you start to feel a kind of tear. You don't want to be attacking yourself. But it's not like, ha! This is, ha! 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 And you keep going, and you haven't a fucking clue where you are. I'm having to sacrifice my sweetie. Okay, so just relax in the out breath, find yourself present here, and then allow the sound to emerge when it does. And keep it going, keep it going, keep it going. And if you've come to a limit, make it a sudden limit, and then stay present. Don't think about it. Stay. Okay. So you're full of sound, the movement of the expressive force of making this sound, and then there's open, suddenly open. We have to remember we're collaborating with our own structure. Some people may be able to do this for a very long time, other people not so long. If you're doing it on your own, you get a sense of when you have the total immersion in the flow of the sound and your body's alignment with it, and then you just suddenly drop it, and you get that openness, a bit like the Hedewa with the pet. Any reflections on that? Yeah.
For me, it was quite similar to this pet result.
Yeah.
So I can't really see much difference there. Is it?
I think they're very different. Because that's immediately cutting through without the absorption. You know, that the pet cuts on the subject and the object. The ha absorbs the subject into it because you're doing it so fully in this, and then there's nothing. So the effect in the end is similar,
the result,
but the method is very different.
The method is different. Yes, the result is very similar to. Okay.
Any other reflections? So, the next one, the struggle of the Asuras. Remember, the Asuras are the jealous gods. And it's as if they're bound, they're tied in, and they're struggling to get free, but they can't get free. So you have to, well, if I get on the floor, I might not get up again this life. But you guys, you healthy young people, you're sitting on the floor, your feet are flat on the floor, and your knees are up at your chest, and you put your arms around your knees, so you're pulling yourself in, so you're kind of binding yourself into this quite tightly. You roll your head clockwise with the eyes closed. So, tight holding, and the head rolling around. But of course you're rolling on your neck, so you have to be careful. Some of you have neck problems. Don't push it. Be very tender with your neck, but if you can, you just do it in an intense way. So the head is going clockwise round and round, and you're moving over to the left and then over to the right, because it's a feeling tone of being completely trapped, pulling your knees right in so that you're really make these noises. Bravo. So it's a slow movement, not because it's very, very tight. It's just very, very slow. And the power is in the contraction and the tightness. But so you don't need to move the body very much, because it's about the body being constrained. You're tied in a prison cell and you're all wrapped up. There's almost no movement you can make. So you don't move your body very much. And as you're moving, eyes are closed, you're not looking at anything, you're just going more and more into this sense of enclosure, inside. It's a kind of inside feeling, and you can just keep rolling, and you can do this for a very, very long time. It's not as exhausting as the ha. Okay, so let's go back into it. If you can, I mean, it's good to make the noise at first to get the felt sense of it, but usually we're not making any particular sound here. It's the sense of entrapment, because the Asuras have been caught, they're imprisoned, and they're straining, and the head's going round, and you're going to one side and the other side. Okay, let's try that. So this is a practice best done on your own, so you know.
That's right.
And because it's the absorption that is the point, because when you release at the end of it, it's the openness. So it's going tighter and tighter and tighter, and you just keep going with this. And the more you do it, you have fewer and fewer thoughts. And the function of this is to generate not clarity but emptiness. So when you stop, nothing at all. It's not exactly a disorientation, it's a disorientation of the dualistic consciousness that would try to stabilize the experience. It's just open. And your eyes are closed, it's a tension, and when you release, they might see some different colored lights. These represent qualities of the practice. Maybe take a minute to just share with the people beside you what your experience of that was.
This one I found really hard, and because there was a lot of noise, and also I don't like to make a lot of noise. But I was thinking, and maybe it's a bit, the comparison may not be the good one, but you know this story of the fool that takes a hammer and hits on the head himself, right? Mm. And somebody asks him, why are you doing this? Mm-hmm. Why are you doing this? And he says, oh, it's so nice when I stop.
Yeah.
Exactly that. So exactly that. So why do you do it? Yeah. So it was. Yeah.
So the reason we're doing it for is to have the direct experience of emptiness. So we've had a lot of descriptions of emptiness, a lot of talking, a lot of discussion about emptiness, but this is a very quick way to directly see that the knower or the seer is empty, what is seen is empty. The connection between them is empty. There's only emptiness. So, because you can't think your way into emptiness, and if you've got many subtle thoughts and habits and memories running through you, it's all very well to say relax and release, but it doesn't actually happen. So what this is doing is providing a focus of total absorption. And the Tibetan idea is that as the neck is going round slowly, not forcing at all, but just going round and round, and the body is moving as well. But you don't actually need to express noise when you do this. Because it's about the intensity and the absorption in the intensity of the sensation, and then nothing. And in that moment, there's nothing at all. That's the taste of emptiness, and of course it then fills, but you get a sense of, in that moment, there's no top or bottom, inside, outside, no relativization. So it's forgetting that flavor. So if you feel frustrated or sad because you never quite understand what emptiness means, this is a very good practice to do. And you can do it on your own. But the key thing is you're not attacking the body. The body's not the enemy. You're using your body as a vehicle to take you into the state. So collaborate. Some people have bad backs, bad necks. So you work with your capacity, but even if you do it very gently, you get absorbed in it. Any other thoughts? Oh.
Some of these senses include making noises. And it's one thing about being concerned about the neighbors, but I heard some teachers say that you shouldn't do the pet, for example, near water or in the basement. Have you got an opinion about that?
In the basement?
Down the earth.
Oh, because what? They would upset the Nagas?
For example.
You know, in the transmission of the higher tantras, they were passed through King Ja, the king of the Nagas. So the Nagas are already converted to Dharma. I don't think they will mind. You know, they're
also our Nagas?
Not. The issue with pet is it's not a violence towards yourself or towards anything else. It's just a kind of clean cut. So the level, this practice belongs to Trekchö. And Trekchö is an aspect of Dzogchen, which is a clean cut, a thorough cut, a severing of the root of the mind so that there's just emptiness. So there are so many things that stop us doing the practice. You know, it's very, 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 the times when you could practice, you don't feel like practice. When you do want to practice, you should say out loud. Don't say mantras out loud. Don't let other people hear them. They shouldn't even see your mala going. In an ideal world, but for we people with busy lives, we need to kind of take hold of the moments when we can do practice. I don't think it's so important because this is on the side of Dharma. We're doing this for the benefit of all sentient beings. If I can awaken directly and experience emptiness, then clarity and emptiness become clearer. So there are these background reservations, but for us at this time, maybe not so important. Anything else?
I just want to be sure that I'm clear about the difference between a practice like this and applying an antidote. So what I understood is that the notion of antidote comes from the Theravadan system, where I start from the point of this is bad and I don't want to go there. So if I go there by for whatever reason, I have to stop it.
Yeah.
So what is not included is the non-duality. While when I'm doing this, or if I I was thinking that if I'm really caught up in my ego self, this would be like overdoing it and really showing myself or whoever is watching, this is just crazy what is going on. So, but isn't that kind of applying an antidote in that moment?
I think I would see it's more like finding the key. That I'm cut off from emptiness. I hear that emptiness is the ground of everything, that everything that occurs is inseparable from emptiness. Yet still my experience, moment by moment, is of stuff happening. So it's not seeing that as the problem so much. I'm not trying to stop that. I'm focusing on where is the door that I can go through into this open place. So I'm finding a clearing in the forest, I would see it more as. And that by giving myself into this, and then the stopping, if you do a lot of the practice, then as the text says, you get a sequence of lights ending with a kind of grey or hazy, milky grey haziness, which then disperses, and then you have empty, nothing at all. And that's the taste you want to have. So it's to bring you into alignment with that taste by absorbing all the energy that might go into constructing the position of the observer. When you're doing it, it's so preoccupying that you can't think of anything else. Now, I imagine that for some great tantric practitioners, when they're doing these complex visualizations like Tala Chakra, with very complex mantras as well, that is so absorbing that they don't get distressed. But certainly for me, this is much more embracing. And so it gives, without too much duration of time, it gives a sense of, in it, and then it's just this. And then it built, the next Samsara builds on that. Any other thoughts? Okay, let's take a break here, then we go in the small groups, and we come back and we can do either the text or some more Samsara. Okay. So we looked at the development of unawareness and how it culminates in the production of karma, and we're not even very clear that we're generating karma, which means that our actions have consequences. That's the sort of general endpoint of how the teachings are presented. But we live in the worst times. We live in the Kali Yuga, these dangerous drag times when everything is washed out. We can't even believe in demons. Demons are killed not just by electric light, but by outrageous narcissistic arrogance in which the ecology of the planet is being destroyed. We act on dead things, and we are alive and they are dead. When we do the meditation, we see subject and object arise together as pulsations within the space of becoming. The object is also part of the Dharma Dhatu. But when we have these situations like in Tibet, chopping down all the forests, blasting roads, digging into the mountains to take out minerals, this is a contempt for the life force that is in the land. If we remember when Padmasambhava went to Tibet, it was a barbarian country, and it was seen to be barbarian because there was a giant demoness who was lying across the land, and Padmasambhava went and put these purpas, these tantric nails, into her hands and her feet and her head so that she couldn't move, and this stabilized the land. And from that, he visited all the places where there were strong local deities, and he called them forth with his meditation, and he forced them to show on their breastplates, because they often arise as old-style soldiers with a big metal plate here to protect the heart being stabbed, and he forced them to bring their seed syllable out on that, and he put it in a mantra, and we have these mantras and we do them in our protector practices. It's about communication and conversation, that it's a two-way street. So with the comment that Leah made earlier about, well, should we be careful saying pet near rivers? I mean, as the rivers are dead, they're polluted. We have very little sense that there are spirit beings living in the rivers, and that if you pollute the rivers, you get diseases like leprosy and so on. The diagnosis of the many forms of disease that are arising just now, we look in an entirely different way. In the text of Padmasambhava, it predicted the arising of many kinds of cancer at this time. And these were arising because of unawareness and non-respect for the environment. But that way of thinking has vanished. We seek instead to gain mastery over cancer. So collaboration gets thinner and thinner and thinner. And if you live in a world that you see as the site of many different forces, not just human beings, not just cows and dogs and crows, but forces which can help or can harm, then wherever you go, you come into a dialogue. All the big mountains in Tibet had protectors, that is to say, spirits in them. There are pujas to do if you're going over the high mountain passes, so that two-way communication maintain the sense of participating in a manifesting field, not we alone across this dead plain of annihilated formations. So many of the practices that we do, things like chud, are designed to use the presence of hostile forces to allow you to go into your fear and overcome them. But with the vanishing of that kind of fear, the world becomes empty, becomes desolate, becomes flattened. It's only our voice, our monologue, and we decide what to do. As we know that many weapons nowadays used in war have got low-level nuclear substances on them to strengthen the steel caps. You think of how many weapons have been discharged in Gaza, in Ukraine, in Sudan. The land is littered with these toxins. We have trashed and defiled and despoiled the world. And so it's dead. So we are the rulers. We are the rulers. So many of the practices that arose when you felt that you were part of something and that you could influence these forces and they would influence you, they become kind of meaningless within our frame of reference. We have fear. Fear of death, fear of loneliness, sickness, annihilation. And by going into terrifying places, the high mountains, cemeteries, isolated at night when the wind's howling, you can work with that fear because this is the fear of something's going to happen. And what's happening is patterns of energy. The patterns of energy are empty. If you see the emptiness of the patterns of energy, you can really dissolve the fear and the anxiety into the space that it arises from. These possibilities are getting less and less. What we do have, though, is the possibility to create situations with our fellow human beings in which some of our anxieties can be brought to the surface. So, Mariana in Spain and João, who's living in Portugal, have been doing some work together, offering workshops where people step into their creativity but also step out of their comfort zone into not knowing what will happen, not knowing if people will appreciate me. And that's a kind of trepidation. And to be present in these moments can be enormously useful for practice. And Jaya Chita's offering these the Play of Now workshops, where for a few days you meet together and you take a step out of what you know and explore possible arisings. This is different from meditating in a cemetery at night, but it's similar in the sense of our fears, our anxieties, our sensitivity. It's not in church you want to dominate and control the demons, but in these workshops you want to evoke these primal insecurities. Who am I? Am I who I think I am? Do people like me? Can I just act without knowing what I'm doing? Do I need to be rewarded? If no one approves, how will I feel? And by exploring these, you can start to get the chance also to dissolve these narrowing and tightening, imprisoning forces in emptiness. So, I would certainly suggest, if you like, do these things. You don't know how long you'll have these practices. We have so many opportunities now, improvisational drama groups, 5-rhythm groups, tango groups. Look for what you are afraid of and support yourself with the Dharma to go into the place of fear and be with it and see that the structure is always what will happen to me. Or if you're a vicious bastard, what will I do to them? So both of these, when you stay with the arising, you can just dissolve it. So this is a great advantage of working with others. So that's what I wanted to say. Go back to the text. The reason we've been going through all the text with its repetitions is I don't know if we'll meet again. So this is sort of doing this to say goodbye to you. Maybe we meet again, maybe we don't. Very uncertain. What goes with us? For years I lived in my guru's house. I was very close to him. Then we had a crisis and like an explosion, and we were never that close again. At any moment it came. I met him afterwards. It was a different world. It was a different situation. What we have is so fragile, so very fragile, easily gone. You know? The people in Ukraine, think back 5 years ago, going out in the summer evening, sitting in a cafe, free of fear and worry, and now bombardment after bombardment, and people promising they'll come and help, and they don't, and they're abandoned and betrayed, and that's the mark of our time. So we have a chance to support each other, forming these small groups. Hopefully it will appeal to some of you to enter into study groups and look at the text together. But these are bleak times, and I don't think we should pretend that they're otherwise. There is a lot of cruelty around and a lot of stupidity, not in the sense just of unintelligence. Many of the people who are stupid are highly intelligent. I mean stupid in the sense that there is no insight into the same source, the same ground, the common welfare, the common land, what we share, the air, the water, the resources of the world, and it's all being seized, and this race for the rare metals, for the new next steps of technology, coercing poor countries to hand over more, the way Trump put the squeeze on Zelensky. I mean, this is shameful. This is like the Middle Ages with robber barons. It's very, very rough. And there's no cavalry coming, and there's no international police coming. This is dangerous. It's very dangerous. So what is our refuge? The state will not protect you. Certainly the British state is completely complicit in the sale of arms, which they know very clearly are being used to murder people. Shamelessly. And when the people protest, they're now being threatened with 15 years in prison. It's complete turnaround. the nastiest people, the most pompous and proud and stupid are in charge. Now, this is what we face. We shouldn't be overwhelmed by this, but it's an encouragement. Where is the ground? Where is the open basis? Because if I can see that what arises is essentially the luminosity of the ground, apprehended either as an invitational movement for engagement and co-becoming, co-emergence, or as something to grasp, then we see, oh, why would you grasp at something you can't grasp? If you're a powerful person, you're always losing power. Always. Because everything's changing all the time. You cannot sit in a castle and have total power. Events change and events change, and Trump is powerful and powerless and powerful and powerless. That way is just endless exhaustion, endless creation and destruction. But if we take the other part and we see, when we sit, the openness of the mind, this shining, shimmering luminosity of thoughts, feelings, and they're so ungraspable. And then again and again we say, well, why am I doing this? Why would I? Let it go, let it go, let it go. And then gradually we see less is more. To gain nothing is to gain everything. And to gain something is to have to defend the territory of something. It's not a complicated decision to make. Let's stay with the openness, the shimmering vitality, and use the energy of that potential to develop welfare for ourselves and for all other beings. So this is, I find, is what he addresses in this text again and again. He uses different language, but it's where he's going. So, he's saying, if you don't pursue your thoughts, are on page 109, the third paragraph, if you don't pursue these thoughts and get lifted up with happy thoughts and cast down with sad thoughts, then meditation abides in its own place. That simply means you sit and you rest and you're there and you're not distracted, you're not disturbed, because even if a lot is going on, you keep relaxing and releasing. You don't take up a position and defend it. If it's wild, give it space. The mind has no shape, no color, it's not big. Sometimes it's very, very small. Sometimes it's the whole world. So if turbulence is around, give more space. So that's when meditation abides in its own place. Thoughts manifest and recollection is held. That is to say, all kind of appearances arising, and you recollect, or you're exactly on the point. There is only one source. All of these thoughts arise from emptiness. There are not multiple factories. This is one source with diverse appearances. And by recollecting that or staying present with that, you won't be distracted. He says, for example, it is easy for one person to perform the three activities of going, sleeping, and sitting. That is to say, we think here is Mary. Mary can sit, Mary can eat, Mary can walk, Mary can talk, Mary can sit. Each of us enacts many, many different behaviors. We are not defined by any of these behaviors. They are the rising forth on the manifesting of our potential in a field of potential. So he says, because you know for yourself directly, you can do so many things. You are not fixed. You are not an entity. Similarly, you must realize that the actuality of these three, the abiding where you are, the manifesting of diversity, and the recollection of the non-duality between manifestation and ground, these three are inseparable in one nature. And this one nature is the three kayas, or this is specifically here, it's more like the Dharma kind. The awareness itself is not destroyed by diversity, because it's included. Another way you could translate Dzogchen would be the great inclusion. There is nothing outside of it. Everything is inside. Because the inside is the sight of the unborn. There is no limit to the unborn. Nothing is born. There has never been any cutting of the umbilical cord. All manifestation exists within the womb of the Great Mother. So if we see that, everything is an illusion. Everything is like a dream. So he says, calm abiding, which is the pacification of all thoughts in their own place. That is to say, if you don't follow after a thought or think about the thought, try to change the thought, it is it becomes passive in its own place. As to say, the thought arises by itself and then it dissolves by itself. Nobody is doing it. The mind is naturally becoming peaceful because there is no accumulation, there is no building up. If you're in a relationship with someone, it's very difficult not to keep a kind of scorecard of all the ways in which they upset you and make you feel unloved and lonely. So on a bad day, you give them a little list and say, oi, oi, behave. I haven't forgotten. In this practice, we are always forgetting. We're always letting go. Exactly because if I'm holding a lot of things, even if they're good things, there's no space for anything new. So what you get becomes an imprisonment in the stupid now of this is me and this is how I am. The eternal present, which is non-progressive, non-transformational, as you seek to assert your absolute definition. Say, shake that out. Let it go. People hurt you. People are kind to you. Oh yeah. Don't go up and down, up and down. Good things happen and they vanish. Bad things happen and they vanish. Remember Prince Siddhartha sitting under the Bodhi tree? That's exactly what he did. The Maras came, they offered sexual joy, they offered dancing and music, they offered threat, they offered piercing of his body with spears and arrows, and he's just sitting. Just sitting. And when you're just sitting, you're not sitting as an entity in a world of entities that can be whacked by other forces. It's just relaxed and spacious. So he didn't have to protect himself. So when you see the Thangka paintings of that time, you see the arrow goes and it turns into a flower as it comes near him. Because like the way the reflections don't mark the mirror, these actions of the Maras didn't disturb Siddhartha sitting under the tree. And that's how his peace included everything. He didn't have to drive the Maras away. He said, this is how you want to be? You be like that. I'm just here. You can't catch me, and I'm not pushing you away. So here we are. It's very, very special. We will face many difficulties in our lives. People will be unkind to us, betray us. We might have financial difficulties. Our governments are likely to make crazy decisions. War may well come. I see more and more predictions of war in Europe within 5 years' time. Why? Because people think they have to defeat the enemy. And they think the enemy is the other person. The enemy is grasping. The enemy is unawareness of the ground. The likelihood of politicians awakening to that is zero. They will not do it Because if I have a real enemy, then the arms industry goes up. Shares in the arms industry prices are going up. They pay very good dividends. It's a particularly murky and toxic capitalist environment. So they have no desire for peace. No, none whatsoever. So doing the practice, staying relaxed and beyond retaliation. How do you get beyond retaliation? So in this painting, Siddhartha's sitting there, arrows are coming at him, and they turn into flowers. I haven't been hit, so why would I retaliate? Why would I fight back? Because they didn't touch me. So what is untouchability is to see the unborn nature of subject and other subjects or objects. It is like a dream, like an illusion, like shadows. Nothing is real. Reality is the mark of stupidity and delusion and not seeing clearly. When we see clearly, we see illusion. So safety on an inner and an outer level rests in being open to your own ground. So calm abiding and insight, which means to directly see awareness. Calm abiding, which is the pacification of all thoughts in their own place, and insight, which is directly seeing awareness, they have one nature. It's not two things. Being calm and being clear about the nature of what is occurring is just one thing, because when you're calm and you don't react, then there is the space for the illusory nature of what forms to show itself. Oh. Yeah, great. From Mars.
From Mars.
Life is good. So, insight into emptiness and calm abiding go together, because if you have insight into emptiness, what will disturb you? And if you're calm, then you're relaxed, which gives you the space and the opportunity to see the emptiness of what's occurring. All the possible appearances of the energy of the ground are self-liberating. This means everything that occurs is self-liberating. It always vanishes. Everything vanishes. Now we're in the summertime, the spring has gone. Before that, the winter went. Before that, the autumn went. Before that, the previous summer went. It's always vanishing. You see in the fields the color changing with the intensity of the sun. We see the walnuts growing and ripening on the tree. Everything is movement, impermanent. There are no fixed entities. Patterns arise for a while, supported by causes and conditions, and then they dissolve. So, this is something to investigate for yourself. What is permanent? When you go home, you go into the place where you stay, and oh, so nice, it's familiar. But of course, it will be slightly different. Even if you live on your own and there's nobody there, nobody's changed or moved anything around, you're different. Your mood is different. You may be tired after your journey. And what is revealed is how it is revealed to you in your state. That is to say, your state is part of your experience. There's not dead objects out there, but according to how I am, this place seems fine to me. No. So I'm extremely relaxed in a domestic setting. I have a lot of dust and chaos and so on. And anyone who ever comes into my flat is forbidden from doing any tidying up or washing or improving. Because I said, that's your own delusion. Why do you think having things in a row is better. Why? You like it. You like it. It's your mind. It's not intrinsically better. Oh, I like to have it ordered. Yes, you like to have it. Hear what you're fucking saying. That's your mind. You're projecting your mind as if it was a vehicle of truth. It's just what takes your fancy. Very difficult to educate people in doing less. So he says, to express this in its briefest form, stillness and movement, recollection and awareness, good or bad thoughts, however they arise, do not make them separate. These are co-emergent patternings. The whole field is moving. It's not, well, at the moment, I'm talking, but some of your bodies are moving, certainly your minds are moving, your breath is moving in and out. We're all moving in this space together, although how we move, our function is different. So, stillness and movement are not back to back. The movement can be integral with the stillness if we see that the stillness is unformed in the sense of having no specific essence, and the movement also has no specific essence. They are not different. So you're sitting and then you move. You haven't turned into a chicken or a frog, you just move. So you don't become somebody else when you move. The movement in the mind doesn't disturb the peace of the mind. They're born together, born together. Good thoughts come, bad thoughts come. If you take up a position, I want to be a good person, I want people to admire me, I want to only have good thoughts. That is to say, I want a mask. I don't want to have a face. I want a mask. Because I want to pretend that everything is already sorted, under control, we know what we're doing. And it's just bullshit and you're lying to yourself. Don't enter into inhibiting or encouraging, rejecting or accepting. So when the thoughts arise, however they are, you let them be there. And they dissolve by themselves. You cannot catch the good thought, and the bad thought, or the thought you feel is bad, is already vanishing, because that's what the thoughts do. So, don't try to hold on to thoughts because you like them. Don't try to get rid of them because you don't like them. Just be open with it. Don't accept, that's to say, don't adopt and try to incorporate certain patterns as part of yourself. And don't try to get rid of others in order to improve your profile. Because how should your profile be? It depends. It depends who's looking. So, in Tibet, the great yogi, there's lots of big jata, long hair, wild eyes. Well, then the Chinese come with a gun and fucking shoot you. That is such an important thing. This is why this Kurosawa movie, The Seven Samurai, is so important. Because this master samurai, absolutely there, on the ball, not ahead of himself, not behind, just on the time. And when the bandits come, one of them just picks up his gun, dead. And that's what happened in Tibet. Dead. Guns kill yogis. Guns kill saints. Jesus didn't come down from heaven. Buddha didn't come down from heaven. They died. They bled to death in the dirt. Because somebody said, you're the enemy. These are holy men. How could you do this to holy men? You people are deluded. You're under the power of these people who've been living off you for years. Liberation to the peasants. Liberation. Kill these people. Lazy people. They don't work in the field. Sit in a cave and eat. That's what happened. You see, that is a story. This is good, this is bad, these are stories. And according to the way the wind's blowing, today's good person can be tomorrow's bad person. So the people in England who were protesting against the decimation of the Palestinians, and they took radical action to go and throw paint on the plane, a war plane, they are now the terrorists and they'll go to prison. So for some people they're heroes and some people they're villains. It's up for grabs. There is no inherent existence in any manifestation. So you cannot establish the truth. It's always the view from here, your opinion. And the status of that opinion depends on your power, your capacity to pull other people into your belief. Very fragile. So, he says, in the state free of appearance and interpretation, directly maintain awareness and emptiness. So, when he says free of appearance, he means appearance taken as substantial, the appearance of things. So when you look around the room, what do we see? Shape and colour. But we believe we see men and women. We see cameras, we see carpets, we see feet, socks, and so on. What we see is shape and colour. It's just that simple. We add the interpretation, but we're not clear that we're adding the interpretation. We project it or inject it into the arising so that it appears that our opinion is intrinsic to the patterning of the arising. That's where the deception is. If I have opinions, it's just more words and thoughts arising and passing. But it's when you delude yourself by believing things are what I say they are, and that my truth is embedded in the object, and I know what the world is. That's what he's saying. That if you do that, then it's unhelpful. So you want to maintain the state free of appearance and interpretation. Directly maintain awareness and emptiness. Well, we've been exploring this all the time. When thoughts arise, it is very important not to err in terms of the instructions. It's about balance. Don't fall into the seeming reality or objective reality of things. Don't try to avoid the constant flow of experiences. Stay balanced on the midpoint, exactly in the here and now. Top two, on top of the point of arising. And if you can stay on that point, everything is as it is, but it's not over-invested, and you don't fragment the field. So he says, in this way, for whatever appears or arises, maintain the recollection of distinction. That is to say, the clarity of colour and shape and smell. Stay with the senses, not your idea about what you see. Don't let your conceptualization run ahead of you. Stay with the freshness of what is revealed through the senses, and these formations will self-liberate. And thus keep meditative balance. So meditative balance means I can remain balanced whatever occurs if they are directly perceived or not apprehended, but if they're directly revealed to be illusion, because there's nothing to go after and nothing to get rid of. As soon as you have objectification and the projection of different value, you're pulled this way and that, and you lose meditative balance. So it always goes back. Start with emptiness, rest in emptiness, experience will arise by itself. See that emptiness is unborn and infinite. These moments have shape and colour. They are finite in their presencing and their dissolving. Then you're always here. You're just here, always here. then practicing with the knowledge that has a natural confidence in the unwavering, unchanging true nature, so that there is the consequent gain of the changing mutability of movement and recollection. That is to say, if you see that the ground never changes, you're able to be open and at ease with all the movements that occur. Only the ground, only the Dharmakaya, only the mirror doesn't change. All the reflections change and move and influence each other. So, as soon as you run after something, you lose the relaxed presence of the ground. If you relax, you're like the queen. Kunchi Jalpo, remember we looked at that? The queen or the king who can do everything. You're sitting where you are, and this stream of experiences is arising. Without effort, there's always a flow of experience. You sit with this more and more, and you realize within this flow of experience, there is the derealized formations of subject and object. That is to say, they are not turned into entities, but they take on a place with their pulsations, and that creates the pattern of your engagement in the world. So not doing anything is a source of the power to be in the moving world. You don't move, but you're not apart from the movement. In this way, wavering thoughts lead to lack of thought, after which is an empty space in which thought manifests. So, if you have wavering and uncertain thoughts, and you don't try to sort out what was happening, sometimes, when you're sitting, thoughts are just flickering, and it's kind of like fireflies or like flashes of lightning. It is incoherent, it is haphazard, it has no predictable or knowable pattern, and yet it's insistent. So if you stay with this, you can't think about it, because it's too random, and so the mind relaxes, and you don't think about what's going on, because what would be the point? You're just sitting there, you're having a wild time, like it says with this term, Godpa, wild, like a big bird flying up in the sky, minds this and that, and all over the place. Perfect. Movement which is not me moving. Let it move, don't move. That will be self-liberation. And the intensity of the movement will clarify the unborn nature of your mind.
James, do you know it's after 7? Just checking.
Oh, so it is. Oh, bad luck. Okay, so we'll stop there for the day. Very good. And we have the puja tonight.
Thank you. Thank you.
Pleasure. Already quite a few people have gone. In a few hours we'll all be going. That's something to hold in mind. Yeah. Last evening when we were dancing, you see whole new aspects of how people are that you might never have imagined they would be dancing in that way. And it gives us a sense, indeed, there are so many aspects of us which are only revealed according to situations. Okay, so we start with 3R. So when we sit in openness, thoughts and sensations arise, and the bird song arises, and we're not falling into the work of separating subject and object, this and that. This is the great hospitality of emptiness. There is space for everything to arise. When troubles come, which could be political, in the family, at work, and you have the sense that people are against you and they're out to get you, if you look on the website, you'll find 2 or 3 small texts called Repelling All Troubles. And it's a practice of Dopa, which is to send back what is being sent to you. It's not retaliation. It's not fighting back. It's a very clean transaction. When Buddha Shakyamuni was out with his begging bowl, and he went into a village and he stood politely outside a hut, a man came out and started shouting at him, "You greedy people, you don't do any work, why should I feed you?" Very angry. And the Buddha just bowed to him and said, "I came requesting food, not anger. Please keep your anger." I mean, that's a very high level of patience. But the Dopa, where we go, Dok, in a sense that it just goes back, that helps us not to absorb the what they're sending, but also not to activate our own responses so that we become upset. Somebody insults us, or we're anxious about the way violence is spreading. Just send it back, send it back. Uninvolved, peaceful. Doesn't mean you can't help the peace movement, you can't help things to develop in a good direction, but it's about not getting entangled in other people's limited thinking. So we just finished this Simply Being text. We're on page 110, second paragraph. So he's saying, when there is wavering, moving towards merging with thoughts, moving away from thoughts, when there is a kind of unsettled feeling, if you stay present with this not as something, not grasping it, but just seeing how it comes and goes, then the wavering is free to dissolve. So then he says, in this way, wavering thoughts lead to lack of thought. Because if they're not fed any curiosity from our side, they're very thin and they just dissolve. So then nothing is arising, it's just open expanse for a while, not very long. After which is an empty space in which thought manifests. And this is important. We looked at early on at the 3-pot faults, the third one, don't put fresh food into a pot that's dirty, that hasn't been cleaned properly. So when you've got these uncertain kind of vague feelings, or you're not quite settled in yourself, don't try to override this and push through. Don't become curious in them. Relax in the out-breath, do the 3-hour practice, and as much as you can, just relax in space, and you find these forms vanish. Then there's no thought, and then thought flows, and at that moment, the thought is coming from the emptiness. The thought is the radiance of the emptiness. It's not a thing that's getting at me. I am the radiance of emptiness. The thought is the radiance of emptiness. And these are moving in patterns without any inherent existence or substance. So he says, so truly understand the nature of whatever thoughts appear. That simply means they announce themselves as something has arrived. You stay with them and they vanish. They were like a cloud in the sky. The cloud is the way the sky appears. It covers itself. So that's how the thoughts are. But if you see the thought is the sky itself, then you don't make the duality of sky and cloud. And then you're not troubled by the clouds, because they're not obscuring the sky. They are showing some of the potential of the sky. Maintain instant, direct experience without residue. Simply means remain open, don't get involved, don't get overexcited, don't feel something has to be done. Otherwise you get a momentum and an impulse that then triggers things, more thoughts and more thoughts. So it's just open and settled. Settled. When we hear sound, settled. What is it? Sound. No need to build up any interpretation at all. Maintain self-liberation. Again, this is this strange, it's very much in the Tibetan language, an active verb when actually it's rather passive. It's not that you maintain self-liberation. Self-liberation is the inherent nature of every arising, just arises and passes. But if the dualistic ego gets involved and grasps, then it's as if the thought or the feeling is staying with you, and then you feel you have to get rid of it. The problem there is your interest in the thought, your belief there's some value or meaning in the thought. Just let it go, relax, happy or sad, generous or mean-spirited, however it is, don't get involved. And that is how we maintain the self-liberation. Because self-liberation is intrinsic to every arising. Do not mix this up with effortful activity. It means if you trust the purity of the ground, which shows only that which is non-dual with it, then there is nothing to be done. When you look in the mirror and you see the picture of yourself and the image of yourself and the room, you don't have to get out a cloth and wipe the mirror to wipe the reflection out. It will go by itself. So the more you trust that, the less active you have to be. Activity generates duality. Open acceptance or open presence allows the free movement of everything. Keep a direct knowledge of this in yourself. It means keep this deep in your heart. Don't talk about it with other people. Don't objectify it. In a place like this, we might talk in small groups and share some of our experience. But generally, this is something very intimate. And because it's so subtle, if you bring it into language and say something, you're already giving it a density which it doesn't have. And then, of course, other people will make their comments and they may agree with you or make some suggestion how you could improve your practice. And then it's like, none of this is necessary. Just stay in the practice itself. So now he's coming to the kind of colophon, the text. The basic teaching is finished. He's just commenting on the nature of it. He says, whoever meets with this instruction will be one of good karma and opportunities. Because this is a Dharma text, we believe that this is said by Padmasambhava, that Nuden Dorji is reporting the teaching that he received at the time when he was one of the 25 close disciples of Padmasambhava, and then this later time when he was living in East Tibet, these profound traces arose in him and he wrote this text. So he is the one who meets this in the first instance, comes to Nuden Dorji, and then it goes through the lineage. It went to his wife and then his nephew and down to Sia Lama and to me, and now you have it here. He says, if it is realized in the morning, one will be a Buddha in the morning. If it's realized at night, one will be a Buddha at night. Buddha is nothing esoteric, it's not transcendent, it is simply the non-contamination of openness with reification. You stop generating the delusion that there are real things out there. You see increasingly you're present. You see that you're increasingly present with the luminosity of your mind, and that is Buddha. That's Buddha. The Tibetan word for Buddha is Sangye. Sang means purified, and Gye means expansive. What is purified is all the delusion that I am a substantial subject. These are substantial objects. And Gyepa means when this dissolving of these limited positions is gone, then compassion spreads in all directions without limit. Whoever practices it will gain Buddhahood in this life if they are of the highest capacity. If of middle capacity, they will get in the bardo at death. And those of ordinary capacity will be freed from bad births. Because it protects us from over-involvement and reactivity. Of this there is no doubt. This teaching is under the protection of the Dharma guardians, the Tenma Chunyi, these are 12 mountain goddesses, and Yangshen Tangla, who's the protector of the chain of mountains in East Tibet. Then he says, regarding this essence of all the essential profound truths, although there are many practices of all the special and most secret teachings, this is the final essence extracted from the ultimate essence. It can be discovered only by a fortunate person with good karma, for it is sealed in secrecy. It is sealed against those without vows and those who have wrong views. It is given to my vow-keeping devoted follower. The treasure protectors are under orders to protect it. It is sealed beyond classification by Ugyen Pema. It is the Dakini's heart blood and heart treasure. Secret seal, body, speech, mind will not err. Vajra vows, seal, 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 treasure seal, hidden seal, profound seal, secret seal, mandala. This is the special teaching of Nuden Dorji Dropen Lingpa Dorotsao. So, we hear of many different practices. We hear, oh, maybe I should do two more, or maybe I should do more of this or that. He says, and we can have trust that he was not lying or cheating or deceiving. He says, if you see this, it is absolutely clear. There is nothing more required than this. So don't be excited by other possibilities, other things you can do. If you don't see the openness of your own mind, you can say endless mantras, you can do endless visualization, but you will be returned again and again to a state of duality, because you will be the doer. It is only by finding the open ground and seeing the non-dual emergence that the site or the basis or the support of dualistic consciousness dissolves. Nothing is lost. You still have thoughts, you have feelings, If you're a car driver, you can still drive a car. If you know how to make prawn vol au vent, you still know how to do that. Whatever it is you do, you're not going to forget. It's not about emptying the mind of everything. It's emptying the mind to see the emptiness of the mind so everything arises. And it arises with you. There is a specificity to your karmic patterns, your energy. And so this is how your life unfolds. We've been sitting in this room for some days. Each of us have different experiences. None of us can know what anybody else experiences, because the experience is so subtle, so shimmering. If you try to catch it, it turns into something else. So he's saying, just trust the practice. Don't yearn for anything more. And this is exactly what Garab Dorji says. He says, it's so clear. See your own face. See your own emptiness, which is inseparable from the luminosity of your mind and the ever displaying potential that comes out as an Imanakaya. This is the first point. Secondly, don't remain in doubt. Is this all there is? This doesn't seem special. I thought it would be more interesting than this. Once you get into that, you're comparing and contrasting. And then thirdly, Garab Dorji says, continue in this way. Just stay with this, stay with this. Everything will be inside it. You will find yourself relaxed and at ease and able to respond. So that's the end of that teaching. I think it's very helpful. And now we look a little bit at the Samsara. The first set of Samsara, they're in 3 groups of 7. They're actually, there's a lot of description here and they're easy to follow. So in number 5, you're using the sound of Hoom, which generally speaking is symbolizes the mind of the Buddha, but it's also the power and potency of non-entrapment, non-limitation. So when we say Hoom, we're kind of dissolving in an active way all the little tendrils of grasping that might go up and bind us into an appearance. So Hoom is it's not an antidote, it's a way of stripping off the clothing or the cladding of belief that there is something really existing there. So when we say Hoom, so here we make the sound of Hoom slowly and deeply. And the instruction is you do it, of course, with your mouth, but the sound can also come through your nose. Hoom, Hoom, Hoom. So your lips vibrating a little bit. And you keep that sound going until each breath ends. So it's long and slow, but easy. You're not forcing it. And he says, continue until you're totally relaxed internally. And keep your attention fixed on the experience without becoming completely relaxed. While being completely relaxed and undisturbed by thoughts. So you just stay in the practice, so it can practice this together a little. This is about the sound. It's not. It doesn't involve a visualization. That can be added, but the simplicity of it is sound arises and vanishes. And so, as we're making this sound, keep your full attention in the quality of the sound, in the sensation in your mouth and nostrils. The sound manifests and dissolves, or manifests and dissolves. So it's Again, it's about self-arising, self-liberating. Okay. So you have both the force of the arising of the Hoom, and then the ebbing away and dissolving at the end of the Nga. Hoom, merging out. This is like a vehicle that's taking you into emptiness. You give yourself into the Hoom. This is all there is. Manifest. Stay with it. So this is a practice where you're not exactly merging with the sound, but the sound is your only focus of attention. And as it dissolves, then it's nothing. Then you stay, at the end, you stay with the nothing. Any thoughts or questions about that? So I think it's straightforward, and you've got the text so you can read it through. It's designed to bring you the relaxation which permits the awareness of the thoughts, but without any involvement in the thoughts. Then the second mode of it is to use short hooms as a kind of, like with the drum, bit like the sound we had yesterday. And the pulsation of the sound is again, it's like driving away. There's nothing else going to be left. Maybe I should try that on the plane if I don't have much room around me. Exactly. Also practice. So let's try that together. Hong 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 hong. Okay. So now that you have a sense of how it is, you can practice it at home. The rapid one is very useful if you're agitated, if you've had a very difficult day, and there's kind of not exactly an arousal or an excitation, but you can't settle. And you might get up, you go to the kitchen, you start to make a cup of tea, you don't really want a cup of tea. It's like all over the place. And so just sit and do this for 5 minutes, and it clears it out. So then you can also, as you say the Hoom, you can visualize many different hooms spreading out in different directions. This you find in many, not just in these Samsara practices, but in many different areas. The idea that the Hoom as the form or the presence or the energy of the Buddha's mind is unreifiable. It's the absolute opposite of the delusion of believing in discrete entities. And so, as you're saying the Hoom, if you imagine millions and millions of tiny Hooms going out in all directions, everything they strike, they just pass through because they are nothing. This is appearance and emptiness, sound and emptiness. And so the sense of enclosure in a world, in a place, in this place in Bavaria, the solidity, I'm here, and this here is relative to other heres. By setting up this stream of ever-expanding homes, all the points of familiarity that you use to locate yourself, the way sailors would use the stars to give them a sense of direction. We have our sense of, we're on the edge of the hill, down at the bottom of the hill is the village, then this and that and that. So these background thoughts stabilize our sense of where we are. And with that they confirm, I am here, but I'm here as me. So by releasing these many homes, it's just open. So let's try that. Are coming out in all directions, not just out the front, they're coming out of the back, they're going up, they're going down, they spread in all directions. They're taking, with the visualization, they're taking you beyond the capacity of tracking what is going on. A bit like, it's often suggested, if you go out and you look at a tree, in the instant that you look at it, all the leaves are present with you. But if you started to attend to the leaves, you wouldn't be able to count them. So it's the inclusion of everything in one point. It's also similar to the Bodhisattva Samantabhadra, who is not the primordial Buddha Samantabhadra, but he developed this method of offering. He visualized that the whole sky was full of Buddhas, as many Buddhas as there are grains of sand in the Ganges, and around each of these Buddhas are crowds of bodhisattvas, as many as there are the grains of sand in the Ganges. So it goes beyond arithmetic, computation, it's just, and that collapses the dualistic consciousness that wants to apprehend, because it's just too much. The grasping bit collapses, and you just imagine rays of light and offering and sound and music and dance filling the whole sky. So this is a use of excess to dissolve seeming solidity. And some of the others are taking you down to, going in the other direction. They're focusing on the lack. Everything which appears lacks inherent existence. So if you see the empty nature of phenomena, you see there is nothing to be removed or clarified. Excess and lack. Very often they trap us, because if we have excess, we want to get rid of it. If we have a lack, we want to get more to fill the lack. But here the excess is too much. But it's a useful too much. It's beyond the ego's domain. And if you keep doing it, you find yourself exactly in the here and now, because all the locations of any imagined other or different form are being clarified as these hooms go out, passing through everything, dissolving everything. Excuse me. And also when you're in it, there's no past or future. You're just in this world of sound. So that at the end, when you stop, and as I said yesterday, this is the practice. When you stop, you want to have a sudden stop. Then you see, oh, I'm exactly on the point of emergence. I'm exactly on the here and now. Not inside, not outside, not past, present or future. Just this. Beyond conceptualization, and yet not rejecting concepts because they're inside. Is that clear? Then this is a similar thing, is using the sound of Ram. We have this in the Padmasambhava practice when we say Ramayang Kam. Ram is fire. Fire, wind and water purify. So when we say Ram, it burns up every seemingly solid formation. So you imagine this shape of Ram. I don't have a board here to draw it on, but it's primarily the sound you want at this point where these two side channels come into the central Avaduti, 2.5 fingers below the navel. And then the sound of Ram activates the fire that purifies these channels, so that there's a free flow of life energy or prana. You can go into the visualization, but mainly it's about the feeling tone, the burning away of all limitation, of all restriction. Ram, 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 Ram. So imagine that for yourself. Flames coming up from this point, spreading up through the central channel, uniting all the chakras so that your body is just shining with this light of the fire, the absence of inherent existence. Ram, 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 Ram. So on your own, give it a sharp, clear ending. It's difficult to do that with different people stopping at different points. Firm, sharp ending, and then just sitting. So we've had Hoom, we have Ram. We are imagining these things. So if we remember that the beginning of samsara is this sudden moment of the emergence of something which seems to be other than integral to the field. It seems to be something of itself. So there's a dislocation, an entry into time and measurable space. From that, this idea which has arisen, and which, if left alone, would just dissolve back in. But it takes on a sense of separateness, and this is sustained with the arising of the delusion of self and other. And from that you have identifications, the unawareness of applying names to everything. Samsara is the imagination. Nirvana is the clarity of awareness. So this is a practice where we're using a homeopathic dose of imagination to dissolve the structures of imagination that we have wrapped ourselves in and believed in. Samsara is nothing but ideas. We have political parties. You have in the supermarket so many kinds of food. People believe in this. They imagine this is the best motor car. This is the best. This is where I want to go. And what is an imagination? It's an image. Whether that image is a visual image or a sensation or mental image, it's a sense there is something, and that somethingness installs the separation from the ground. It maintains, I'm here, I am the imaginer. But of course, you are imagining that you are the imaginer. So, these practices are very useful, and you realize, wow, I can imagine anything. I can imagine anything. If you like cooking, you don't have to buy them. You go to your local library and you take out 4 or 5 cooking books and you look at all these different recipes. They have the imagination. All these fancy recipes. My mother in Scotland would never have imagined that. She would have haddock lightly cooked in milk. That was enough. And some boiled potatoes with a little butter on top. It didn't go much beyond that. The idea that you would spend 3 hours making some big meal, you would say, well, this is good food. Why would you spoil the taste by adding too much? So, when you see these recipes and you imagine how much careful attention has gone into it, people imagining their way into that. And then you enter a restaurant where they provide that, and it's a theatre, isn't it? How you get shown to your seat and fancy menu and so on. It's creating a domain of ideas, and the patterning of the ideas appears to be real. So when we do Ram, 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 with the sound of then this is like fire, nothing is coming into existence, but the imagining of the flames of the Ram. What are they burning up? They're burning up what we've already imagined as a substantial basis of our presence. So imagination is dissolving imagination. Yeah. Very, very helpful. Yeah.
Just a quick curiosity question. Is it as old as mankind, or this imagining things, and is this as old that we imagine things?
Yeah.
So even tribe and indigenous?
Yeah, very much imagining. You know, with these rituals for placating demons in the forest, rituals of initiation and so on. So there are Australian tribes where for the boys, when they're between 10 and 14, they go off with the elders and they have all kind of difficulties. And then they come to a situation where the old guy takes a sharp shell and he cuts the penis right down the shaft so it opens like a banana. This will make you a man. The death rate is quite high. So they imagine that this is the sign of their tribe. You can still, well, certainly in London, you can still see people who've come from the Congo area with these scars on their face. So they would cut and then rub wood ash into it, so you get these ridges. And then if you have this, you have that. Or in Morocco, you see these women with the tattoos on their forehead. So many groups are imagining signifiers that would indicate belonging. I'm one of these and not one of these. You know? So all of these imaginings, these, first of all, imagining essences, self-existing phenomena. Now I am a man. Now I am a woman in this tribe. This is the terrible thing now about clitoridectomy, which is used still a lot in Africa and some Arab countries, where now you become a woman, but you become a woman as culture. Nature is dominated by some symbol which brings you into culture, because womanhood is a cultural phenomenon. We are deeply enmeshed in imaginations of all different kinds. So, we know human beings eat and shit, they drink and piss, they walk and talk. This is the truth of people who are born in America and who have American passport, and it's true of people who've crossed the Rio Grande and come in illegally and working in fruit farms in California. They are functionally the same, but the imagined true difference in status between somebody who's entitled to be in America and somebody who's not is increasingly separated by thinking, by right-wing politicians saying, let's get back to the pure blood and soil. We know this from the Nazi period, that we don't want any contamination of the purity of our Aryan stock. This is a very similar idea, which is that. So they're imagining these kind of people will destroy our country. We won't know who we are if we get mixed with them. This is the imagination. All politics is the imagination. So the more you see when you go into the practice how intense and profound and transformative being present with these imagined forms is. Impact, intensity, seeming validity, but it's artificial. It's compounded. It's created. I imagine this. So it is a construct, not intrinsic. The imagination is what arises when the pure ground is lost, and these practices are using what binds you to free you. The texts often say, what binds ordinary people frees the yogi. Because it's how you use it. When you see that these imaginal forms are arising out of this empty ground of your mind. And you can imagine anything. Oh, you can imagine the dakinis dancing in the sky around Padmasambhava. You can imagine Padmasambhava in Zangdopauri in his palace with walls made of different precious stones, beidurya and so on, rubies. You can imagine all of these things. And if you have faith, the imagination becomes real.
Aha. Oh.
Aha. Good, Hannah. Brava, brava. So the more faith you have, the more you believe in it, it becomes true for you. And then when you do the dissolving practice and you believe it's happening, you're using imagination to dissolve itself and lead you into openness. Does that make sense in terms of the practice? It's amazing. Otherwise, we're just, oh, here, there's a plane. That's an imagination. It's an identification. Culturally, we agree that that sort of sound is generated by that. We have a story. We imagine a story, and with that story, we make sense of it. So,
excuse me.
Yeah.
So actually, that's imagination, and we are using imagination to get us
Microphone.
out. Oh,
Well, you have to wait.
I will forget the idea.
No, you won't.
So actually the plane and the word is imagination. So what we are doing is using techniques of imagination to get out of the imagination of samsara.
Yes. So when you see the imaginations coming up, like, if I said, I went for a walk yesterday and then you have to continue the sentence. I went for a walk yesterday and
then I found my friend.
Exactly. So it's not very difficult for that to come in because we know how to do that. And so we're imagining all these kind of stories. And they arise from emptiness. They fill the space of emptiness. They are actually nothing other than emptiness. And what keeps them in place is belief. So for the practice of Padmasambhava to work, you have to really believe in it. And then the intensity of it becomes sufficiently powerful to dissolve the forms of the imagination that we have invested with so much truth that we believe they're existing by themselves. By bringing it together, we see, this is being brought into being by imagining.
So in this context of working together, coming together, doing the practices, we are reinforcing or creating a togetherness, belief into emptiness, which is actually the actuality. So we are deleting the delusion.
Exactly. And you'll see that in so many of these practices. But in order to do that, we have to accept, I've been lost. I have been wandering, chasing all these ideas and beliefs as if they were real. So this is a big campaign in Africa at the moment for helping to stop girls undergoing this crude surgery. But the grandmothers believe this is how you become a woman. We are all like this. Why do you want to be different? What will happen to us as a group if you step away from the markers of our identity and think, hey, this is your idea. And then if you tell someone that this painful thing they went through and all the issues of having to be cut open in order to have first sex and how painful birth was and all the difficulties that arise from that, if you're saying all of that was unnecessary, then you get a lot of reaction. They say, no, it has value. This is like this. So you can believe in all sorts of things. The history of psychiatry is a history of the most bizarre things, electric shock treatments, hot and cold baths to cure people of psychosis. Unbelievable. But somebody believed in it. Lobotomy, leucotomy. Oh, good idea. Take a little toothpick and stick it in your eye. Somebody believed it. They had MD after their name. They were a professional. We believe, we imagine that they are respectable people. So once you start seeing it's all imagination, Karl Marx, Das Kapital, this is imagined, this arose in his mind about the power of the workers. He himself was not working. We had Frederick Engels, a little Manchester businessman, paying so that he could sit in the British Library and write all these long, long books. The workers. Imagination, it's all theatre, it's all an illusion. It's shocking. It's shocking. Wars are fought on the basis of imagination. Killing, torture on the basis of imagination. So when we really see how this functions, then you get the taste of samsara. We're all fucking crazy. We believe in these different things. I remember when I first went to Italy, I don't know, I was maybe 14. It was in the 1960s, these package deal holidays were just starting. And everybody's lying on the beach, slathering themselves in olive oil, believing that would be a very good way to get a suntan rather than skin cancer.
Yes.
There's so many ways in which we're caught up by the zeitgeist, by the thing that's around, and it seems so very important. Yeah, who's got the...
I quite get the idea of what you're saying, of the seeing the things arise and the illusion of it and dissolving, and then you say then the openness, like seeing the openness, the awareness, like the Rika and everything. And I catch myself like then thinking, is this it, or is it an illusion of Rika? And then it feels like a recursion, because and this also feels like samsara, because then I'm conversing with myself. Is it this? Is it this? Is it this? Is it this? And it always vanishes and vanishes and vanishes, and I'm still in this recursion thingy. Yeah.
Bad luck.
Yes. That's why I'm here. Solution.
So it's so fascinating, isn't it, that we keep going, imagining that there is some real gold there, but we can't get to it. The reason I can't get to it is because it's ungettable. It's just like a mirage in the road in summer. There's the water glistening, but you never can get that water. So it's always slipping away. It's like the horizon. You can't think your way out of samsara, and you can't prove awareness by sealing it with a thought. But we use the accuracy of our thought to define our world to make it safe. So if you, I don't know, say you buy a hairdryer and you might want to use it in the place where you have a shower. Water and electricity are not good friends, so you want to be very confident the people who made the hairdryer have really understood how not to make it susceptible. Yeah. So people have thought their way into that. They've imagined different kinds of accidents. Like when they make cars, they do crash tests with dummies and so on. So that's, we have the sense that the imagination can be helpful because it brings you to definite truth. But when we look in our mind, the way you're doing, you find, you don't get to an arrival. It's as if you grasp something, but it's slipping through your fingers at the same time. So, when you find yourself trying to work it out as if it's a problem, just say, I'm stuck in a paradigm, or I'm stuck in a frame of reference, which encourages me to believe that there's some mileage in this. I'm going to get to the end. Okay, I've been trying for quite a while. I need to shift paradigm. Life is a mystery. Okay, so I don't have to solve it. I have to find a way to be with the mystery. Again, not sucked into it, not standing apart from it, just being with it. And the mystery reveals itself, but I'd never get something. But I am present at the point of the arising and passing of all these forms. The real is imagined. Awareness is not imagined. But we believe the real is just fucking out there. And awareness, well, that's a funny term. We didn't learn that in school. That's imagined. So it's a real topsy-turvy. Yeah.
So if we make up a story together about...
Is that on?
Yeah. As long as it can be. Yeah. If we make up a story together, wild of angels and whales coming into here, I'm very clear. I'm using the imagination and it's wonderful. If I look at the lamp, that's a different kind of imagination. I realize how this is part of a process and all that. So is there any importance about the kind of imagination, or is it important in terms of awareness, like what kind of imagination, whether I'm talking about something, I can perceive, or something that just comes up, or is that not important?
Children, when they're 3 and 4, they like to do drawing a lot, and it's a very nice way to have some peace and quiet for an hour. They give them some paper, but they have the crayon and the paper, but they also have the wall. So you go over to the walls. Don't do that. No, do it here, not there. This is an empty arena. This the paper and the wall is. So how do you learn not to do it there, but to do it here? Or toilet training time. Don't do your poo in the nappy. You have to go to a little plastic bowl. Very boring. Then you put the nappy back on. Because
what does that have to do with my question?
because the child, as in terms of education, is being required to imagine the importance of what is imagined by adults to be important. They've been inducted into culture, and culture is a patterning of imagination. We tend to live in houses with carpets, so if a small child shits on the carpet, it's not so good. But in China, for children, they have these wonderful pants that are split down the back. So as soon as they squat down, the cloth opens, they poop on the ground, and they just get a brush and brush it out the door because it's a mud floor. So the anxiety that will come if there's going to be shit on the carpet is very different from just seeing, I have to take this off the mud. So how you construe things, how you imagine them, brings anxiety or non-anxiety. If something could be destroyed, careful. And then you learn some funny word at school, and you come home and say, bottom. And don't say that in front of grandma. You can say it to me, you can say it at school, but not in front of grandma. You have to imagine that grandma is going to be offended by this, but it's quite exciting to say. So I think when you look in child development, these are ways in which imagination and the imagined patterning of your culture are brought into some kind of alignment. So in terms of telling stories or developing things, these will be inflected by beliefs in the culture. So, for example, clowning. We believe someone puts a red thing on their nose, or they walk in a funny way, or they've got a little Poirot hat or something. We know what they are, and then we know what to expect. We don't know, but we imagine that we know. Most of what we know is our imagining that we know. Too much imagining, and the world goes dead, because you've already filled the space with your own ideas. Too little imagining, and you get caught off guard. So it's kind of middle way, but that's in terms of functioning with the imagination. What we're doing here is seeing imagination has no substantial ground. It doesn't generate entities it generates images which can be seen in their luminosity or can be solidified through belief.
So if I call this a lamp, that is more, that seems more real to me than our story because of our whole cultural establishment of these objects.
Anybody who saw this would know it's a lamp if they had Western education. But you could use it for all sorts of other purposes. So, as long as there is stability in the field of imagination, we have regular regular perceptions infused with our imagining. But say there was a noise in the middle of the night and you thought someone's broken in, you might want to pick that up to push them back out the door. So it becomes a defensive tool under different circumstances. And then it's very useful to be able not to be trapped by standard cultural issue imagining and think, how do I work with these circumstances? And I can transform the seeming fixity of the object by my need in the context.
When people say, I don't have any imagination, that's just complete rubbish.
They are imagining they don't have an imagination. And that's a big imagining. Yeah.
One question about the closing words of the text we've been discussing. So at the end it says, depending on our capacities, if we follow the instructions, we might get liberated in this life or the bardo, or at least be freed from bad rebirths. Could you elaborate on what it means to be freed from bad rebirths? For example, does it mean you'll get reborn in some life where you have the capacity and opportunity to get Dharma teachings, or could it also mean you might be reborn as a cow in a slaughterhouse, but you will notice that it's just a theater?
Quite difficult to understand the joy of the slaughterhouse. If you to go back to the first one, if you gain the enlightenment in this life, means that whatever is arising is held within the field of appearance and emptiness. The appearance has its form and shape and color and so on, but we add to it our imagining that kind of gives it a stasis or a firm definition. So when you dissolve that additional, unnecessary additive of this is what I believe it is, I imagine it is, then you see events arise and pass, they arise and pass, there's nothing to cling. So that's best if you can. And next is to gain liberation at the beginning of the bardo, where the field is empty. The field in our life is full of stuff. So you have to be able to you have to be able to relax into the hospitality of the space for all the appearances of emptiness, and not be pulled into thinking it's a lamp, I know what it is. So I'm solidifying the final definition of what it is. If you keep doing that, you're just in a world of stuff. But if you start to see, oh, this is appearance in emptiness, that's easier. But when you die and there's nothing at all, if you've been doing the practice and relaxing and opening, then this is not the enemy. This is not the loss of everything I know. This is a new beginning, or this is the ground of freshness. And so you relax into that. If you don't manage to do that, or find when these peaceful and wrathful forms arise, if you imagine them as threatening, because very often these kind of forms could be threatening or overawing, you imagine you're not entitled, so you turn away from Tara, who's smiling at you and think, green woman, really? Where am I? So you have to, in a sense, you have to go with that imagining. So if you've done green Tara practice and you've been doing the mantra, you get used to imagining this green form is radiant, without any inherent existence, and is a site of blessing. And so you move towards the peaceful deity. If you've been doing wrathful deity practice, you would imagine that, which is more difficult, because the intensity of it activates fear. And if you can see, oh, I'm afraid because I'm imagining a danger that isn't actually there. This is a Buddha. They're not going to harm me, but my ego self is imagining it's in danger. If you could manage that, you could get liberated. Now, if not, then you find yourself traditionally, that you're going in a tunnel and then you see people having sex if you're going to be born as a human being. And you come into the site of their sexual union. These paths or these little tunnels that arise at that point, this is your karmic luck that takes you into a human family. It could be a very unpleasant human family. It could be a human family of internal abuse. It could be a family that's being abused from outside because they're a minority. And that becomes your luck. Gradually, when you're a small child, you're inducted into the reality of your family. So my dad would say things like, I don't care what they do in other people's houses. In this house, this is what we do. So it's like saying, here is our mini culture, this is what you need to attend to, because this is us. This is our tradition. We're Scottish. We're like this and this and this. And that's being massaged in. And what's the resonance that would open that door to that particular setting? That would be seen as your karmic disposition. So you can have the habit formations that we have in this life. So you might be practicing generosity. You might be practicing sensitivity to how other people are. So if you're talking with someone, you're listening to their tone of voice, you're seeing their face, and you're thinking they're getting distressed. Maybe we should change the topic, or I'll ask them, do you feel okay continuing talking about this? I only have 10 minutes left. What should we do? So you're trying to tune in. If you have that kind of nuancing and that sensitivity, that would prepare you for being born in a better place. But if you just push through all the time, the monologic direction of that is not attending to feedback from the environment, and so the self to other pattern becomes full of energy and truth. And that can take you in very bad places because there's no brakes on it. The more you tune into the other person, are we in this together? We've got a mutual encouragement and calming that goes on. Yeah. So this is a huge imagination to imagine. If you went into a church in Scotland and told the minister you'd had a new revelation, they wouldn't believe you. But again, churches don't like people who have visions. They used to burn the witches because they would see things other people didn't see, and so they want conformity with the truth, with the dogma. So there are so many factors that can arise in the mind. So there's a story that's in, I think it's in Gampopa's basic text, the Jewel Ornament of Liberation, about a general, and he led in Tibet, and he led his troops into battle many times. And one day after a big battle, he saw all the corpses, and he thought, this is what am I doing? I'm killing people. I thought I was defending my country, my family, but I'm just a murderer. So he gave it up and he went to live in a cave. practice meditation, and in the story it says, and one day he'd done his puja, and a little bit of tsok left, and he scattered some outside, and this flock of pigeons arrived, and they're eating it up. And the thought arose in his mind, oh, if I had as many soldiers as there are pigeons here, I could defeat all my enemies. So he got up from his meditation, went back in the valley, recruited an army, and resumed his killing. So interesting. So we have these old habit formations, and we may have decided, I'm not going to do that anymore, but there is this kind of polished pathway, and so that's what can be activated at death, because the frame of reference you've got in this life about your education, your work, and so on, these are kind of checks on you getting too wild in your mind. But if you're in the bardo, there's nothing to that, and you could just be caught by a thought and shoot after it. Imagination is very, very, very powerful. What it means is an image or an idea arises in the mind. It has no substance. It is given its truth by our belief. Why would we believe in these things? So it goes back to awareness is happy with emptiness. The ego self is not happy with emptiness because it is empty, but it wants to be full. It wants to have substance. So it's trying to imagine a substance to fill itself. So it tries on all kind of things, like teenagers maybe getting a funny haircut or putting on too much black eyeshadow because they're trying to work out who could I be. So this is the absence of inherent existence means moment by moment it's all up for grabs. And you can try to stay on track by being mindful, by being attentive to how the situation is manifesting. But that's a lot of effort, and you would have to maintain the mindfulness without any lapse, without getting lost. Very, very hard. So from the Dzogchen point of view, as he said at the end of the text, don't do effortful practice. Relax into the space, and then you see directly the illusory nature or the imagined nature of what's arising. And if you see that, then you don't go under the power of it so much. Yeah.
So I have this question in my mind for like a few months, and it got, I'm very excited right now, so excuse me, can shake me talking or something like that. I had it in my mind the whole retreat here and wanted to talk to you personally about it, but I was a little bit afraid, excited, whatever, and I didn't want to disturb you and stuff like that. But
sorry, it's too late.
Yeah, that also was a factor. Yeah, it's about the grasping, and I got some answers in here in the retreat and in the small group, especially. It was really nice, but it's still deep in me, and I had this experience while I'm meditating. I was doing shamatha or vipassana, some kind of mix, and my flatmate disturbed me with the vacuum cleaner, and I was really angry against him because he always, I don't know, the relationship is hard because he doesn't clean the kitchen and stuff like that. I was really angry. It's coming from within. Now he disturbs my meditation, and suddenly I could see that emotion, whatever, the rising and the going, and that led to some kind of something special
I was kind of seeing everything like the sun, like maybe a little Rigpa moment, I don't know how to call it, and I could dive in and could go out, and it was this dynamic, and it was really happy about it. Then I was realizing I'm happy about it. I was seeing that. It was kind of weird. And after that, I felt something really strong in my body, and it was like on drug. It reminded me on the drug MDMA, and I was feeling like that for half an hour or something like that, and I was feeling so much love. I could hug my flatmate. I had so much anger about him that often, and yeah, I have a really problem not grasping for something divine like that. For me, divine like that, and not only the feeling, but also the realize the little insight moment I had, the little that's something. Yeah, I have a really problem with grasping and getting another moment like that, and the feeling again, because that feeling came from within without any drugs, and yeah, that's.
And so it was a special feeling.
It was a special feeling, yeah.
And so you give it more attention.
Yes.
And you put it on the vertical hierarchy up there.
Yeah. And it blocked my meditation. Since then, I'm like, I gave it a good stempel. A stamp with good meditation, or best meditation, or something divine, and best ever. So, and now, since then, I'm kind of stuck. It gets a little bit better, a little bit, I don't know, but what can I do?
That's not an uncommon problem, that people get these kind of breakthrough moments, and the world seems very different. This is how I would like it to be. I'm sure this is how it actually is. But as you said, it came up from inside. It was like an epiphany, like a divine blessing. You hadn't made it, so you could trust this is not artificial. But then if you try to replicate it, then you make it artificial. And you can't do that. So there's a terrible frustration. It's gone. But it showed you something. A bit like if you were lost up on a hillside, and there's lots of trees, and there's a storm, and suddenly lightning flashes, and you see, oh, here I am, and then it's gone. So you're on the hillside, in the dark, in the rain, trying to find your way, and remember how it was. Well, the lucidity of the lightning flash will not tell you how to track your way between the trees. You have to touch the trees. You have to be with the manifesting. So the annoyance of this person for not cleaning the kitchen, you have an expectation, you have a belief, a good person will behave in that way. He doesn't behave in that way. He may well not believe that he should behave in that way. So you've got two imaginal worlds that can't quite lock in together. Yeah? And so it takes you into judgment. Then you have this wonderful experience. It's gone, but you have an echo from it, on the basis of which you believe this is a signpost, that's where I should go, that's how it should be, but I can't go there. So I can't change my housemate's behavior, and I can't replicate this special moment. I am powerless. I, the ego self, has to work with circumstances. So what were the facilitating conditions that brought this about? It's not that you do it like a magician, but you can put yourself in the way of it. You can walk into the shower so that your body is under the shower. Or you can stand outside the shower and think, oh, that water looks amazing. But you have to step into it. When you step into the shower, you're not making the water come. You're not making yourself wet. You're becoming wet because of the conjunction between your body and the flow of the water. It's a co-emergence. So if you want to have more of this kind of experience, then it's helpful to be co-emergent with the Padmasambhava practice or this 3R practice or something like that. And it means I cannot do this by myself. This moment happened for me. It was so good, so special. It felt like the truth of me, yet I can't do it. Why can't I do it? Because at this moment, my identity is held inside subjectivity, which stands in relation to other subjects. I'm me and I'm not you. If I can see the common ground, the open ground, then in this moment, I'm looking at you, you're looking at me. We have some exchange or some shared toing and froing. I'm talking like this because of you talking. So this is a kind of not exactly creation, but it's a joint unfolding of the potential of the situation. And I would say that's the creative point. It's not that I am a creative person. But if I stay locked in myself, I'm limited by my definition. And if I open myself to the field, the energy of the field will allow me in movement with it. Together we will generate something. And I think that's when you're most likely to get it. So people go on pilgrimage to the mountains, or they want to get a blessing, or they go to Lourdes or something. They've got a sense, me alone can't do it. Or you might go and think, oh, that will do it. The holy shrine at Lourdes will give me the blessing. But that doesn't happen so much. Because if you imagine it will be done to me, the shrine is active and I'm passive. This is much more about an open availability on both sides, about an immediacy of contact. So I would suggest that rather than turning it into something special, if I want to experience the clarity and the deliciousness of non-grasping, non-fabrication, if I don't want to delude myself by just telling myself stories or artificially creating a situation, then the fullness of me will be found in the fullness of my contact with the world. So if you're outside and you see a little insect and just give your attention to the insect, you get kind of emptied out, just looking, wow, you see the little eggs going. So in these moments, the other is freeing you from the prison of yourself. I think that would be the way forward, rather than striving to get to these things. Because now you've got this template or this marker, this is success. And so whatever is happening, yeah, but it wasn't that. Yeah, but it wasn't that.
Okay, thank you.
In English, there's a saying, the best is the enemy of the good. So the ideal, the perfect, is very, very rare. But the good enough, is readily available. So work with the good enough.
Thanks.
Okay, we take a break. And then we're coming back for our... Okay. So we'll look a little bit more at the Samsara and then open it up for any final questions that you have. Some questions just come and go, they resolve themselves. But if you've got some kind of doubt and it's unsettling for you or troubling, then please take the opportunity to raise it while we're here together. I will leave just about 2 o'clock, so there's not much extra time. it's also, as we look around, we see how much is here because of the work of different people. The people who sustain and support this wonderful setting here do a lot of work that we don't see. And of course they carry the anxieties, will the place survive, all kind of questions they face. So we have a lot of gratitude to Martin, Birgit, and so many of the people who've been helping here. Without that effort, we wouldn't have this. Now, we also have a situation where we have these small groups, tsatsa groups, practice groups, study groups, but they start to vanish after time. The energy that keeps them going goes away. Our life might be long, and it might have extensive periods of winter. And if it is a long winter, it's good to have some fuel to keep you warm, which means when people come, if they bring a log of wood, we say, oh, so kind. So what do you need to bring is your engagement with these groups. If you don't support the groups by participating, they will vanish. And if they vanish, then part of the process of weaving the texture of our belonging together will thin and fade. When my teacher Sia Lama was around, he attracted many people in the last years of his life. And there's a lot of intensity, and many of these people have dispersed. Some of them have maintained the practice, but I think many have not. So we have to consider in ourselves what I want to do and what I need to do. Life is good, go for a walk, look in the forest. That, if you're present, can be part of your Dzogchen practice. But if we want to sustain the Dharma network, the possibility of supporting each other and being supported, then we need to participate. You might not feel, I don't want to. You might feel that I don't want to do this. Not for me. But then, when you need it, it's not there. We always have to remember the story of the three little piggies. They're playing in the forest because it's summertime. And one of the piggies said, oh, it will always be summer. So I eat the wild berries and I don't need a fire because it's so warm. And so that piggy made no preparation for it. Second piggy looked around and he saw, oh, some of the leaves are already changing color. So maybe I should collect some twigs and branches for the winter. Half play, half focused activity. The third piggy said, winter comes. So every day go into the forest, collect the mushrooms, put them in his little wheelbarrow, take them into the market, sell them, and buy some bricks, put them in his wheelbarrow, take them home. And he made a little brick house. Then the seasons changed. Summer was gone. Autumn was passing. Winter was coming. Then they start to hear, oh, the wolf is there. And piggy number one is thinking, I have a straw house, I'll be okay. Because he'd only had the name of wolf. But when the wolf came by, he was very afraid. So he ran to this piggy number two. Let me into your twig house. I'll sit with you under the branches. They pulled in together. But then the wolf came close. And they got frightened. So they went and knocked on the door of piggy number three. And he said, hello? I don't remember you working. I don't remember you helping. But he was a bodhisattva pig. He opened the door and brought them inside. And then along came the wolf, and he said, I'll huff, and I'll puff, and I'll blow your house down. And I'll... So they made a great fire inside, and on the fire they put a cauldron, and they put some herbs, a little salt, a little pepper. The wolf climbed on the roof, and they called him, Wolf, we're here, no one to protect us. So the wolf climbed down the chimney, and he fell in the pot, and they boiled him, and then they had delicious wolf soup for the whole winter. So it's very important to support the Dharma. Like I said earlier, it's like an umbrella. If you don't hold it up, it won't protect you. So in your own ways, as you like, it's never a demand, but it's for you to see, I might need this. It's like putting in the bank, money in the bank for your pension or for an insurance policy. Today you don't need it, but in future you might. And the supports you have at this moment may well fade away. You could come to ill health. So don't imagine it's some eternal summertime. And of course, the more we see the generous actions that people offer again and again to support this setting, we don't see them burdened, we don't see them unhappy because they're doing some work for Dharma. It's also a path of fulfillment. As long as you don't put it as a demand on your shoulders so that you have to do it, but you find some space in your heart to want to do it because there's a need. And this is part, of the Bodhisattva vow. There are people who need help. I could help. I can't be bothered. I don't want to. But their need is there. So, when we have this duality of self and other, we have for a long time been putting our energy onto me first. What about me? This is what I want. And so, if it was a scale, the pan of me has a lot on it, and the pan of for the other has very little. So we need, if we're interested in balance, in resting in evenness, we need to put a bit more weight on the for the other. So even if it's not for me, it's for others. Each person here has qualities which can ripen and flow out to benefit other people. You can learn to facilitate discussion groups. You can learn to make satsa. There will be so many things you can learn to do. For example, you might be interested to think of how you could present some basic Buddhist ideas through stories of the Buddha and offer to teach them or show them in a local school that brings a different flavor. Now, most cities are fairly multicultural, and the teachers don't have so much background, so if you can bring some authentic sense of that into play, that can be very helpful. Everyone here is useful, and everyone out there has need of the use that we can offer. But not as a demand. Why would I not offer out to all these beings who, all of whom have been my mother in a past life, who has taken care of me, done things for me. In the traditional Mahayana view, I am in debt to everyone I meet, to the insects that climb in my ear, to the birds that sing, to the frogs, the newts, to the human beings. All of them have given me lots when they were my mother, and now should I focus just on my own benefit, or should I turn towards them? So that's why we develop an intention to benefit all beings. We dedicate the merit, which is great, but there's also, okay, how could I be more useful? So some people are painters. They could paint scenes from the Buddha's life, or they could paint the Buddha in ways that would give it a kind of flavor or feeling tone that would speak to other people. People who can work with sound. You could work together to write some Dharma songs, some Dharma music, Dharma poetry, Dharma novels. There are a few Dharma novels around. Very often they're Dharma-ish for half, and then it's some funny stories as well. So we don't want to preach, but we want to make it accessible. This is always the thing. How do we make it accessible? So we are like the mother bird. She flies out, she catches the worm, then she drops these chewed little bits of worm into the mouth of the chicks. So we have to chew it up. So we have our experience of the world, we have our experience of the Dharma, and we know that often finding the alignment between these two is difficult. So if we can help to find the ways in which these two streams can collaborate, because essentially there is no essential difference between samsara and nirvana. Even the name of samsara and nirvana is absent in the original ground. So we can be more playful, more engaged. That would be my hope. Regarding the Samsara, each of the Samsara has, excuse me, quite a lot of explanation with them. I wrote the explanation. The basic text is very, very short. So having taught it a few times and done a lot of practice with it, I've added these explanations. In particular, on page 5, the third series, the third of the 7 that make up the 21, is the series by which one understands the true actuality of existence. So these are very useful methods of gaining direct experience of emptiness. And if I manage to come back here in the future, I think we should spend a lot of time going through this. It'd be useful to have a much more a practice retreat. We have already had a lot of explanation, but we could spend much more time in the practice, and particularly exploring what are the problems of practice. The outer problems, I don't want to do it. The middle problem, I get distracted a lot. The third, the innermost is this all there is? This doesn't do anything. And when we enter into judgment, we close the door to openness. So there are many things that we could find a way into. So what I would suggest is you take a little time talking in pairs or small groups and think, are there any issues that are unsettled for me or are unsettling for me from what we've covered so far? I don't want to leave here with these kind of doubts or confusions. Maybe I didn't hear it properly. Maybe I didn't understand it. Maybe I really disagree. So if you have that kind of not quite at home in it, this would be a very good time to formulate the questions. Because if there isn't a sense of ease with it, you're likely to find things which are easier. But this path of Dzogchen is very easy. It's not asking you to do very much except let go, open, relax. So see for yourself what you need to address in order to open yourself and stay with the practice. Okay, if you take a few minutes doing that, thank you.
A question that I'm carrying around for a while is due to whatever, I have a tendency to develop kind of paranoid ideas, especially when I'm alone, and about not actually people attacking me, but that it could be some other kind of forces attacking me. This has practical implications, and the problem is that it gets very bodily very easily. So I'm all uptight, and I have my heartbeat goes up, and it feels very real. When as if they're very anxious, and wow, there's really danger around here. I know it's a construction. I know there's nothing there. Well, about the people with the general anxiety disorder, they won't really believe it. So it's nothing that I can access via cognition, obviously. And I find it very, very difficult to stay with the openness and seeing it as an arising and passing, because it's just so vegetative, and it does have implications in my daily life. And so I was wondering, well, maybe kind of a emergency practice or something for the moment that helps to get out of the immediate to be more able to see the open ground again. I know this is imagination, but
So there's a sense of preoccupation, that you're already filled with these thoughts, that somehow they have staked a claim inside you as being part of you. And to distinguish these, if we like, intrusive thoughts or non-intrinsic thoughts, to see how the alien becomes normalized, and then you adapt to, oh, this is how I am, therefore I have to be careful, and so on. Of course, you could try something like that, but if it's already feeling like a conflict zone, then you would need to be very relentless at blasting through, and you might feel, well, like in Lord of the Rings, the dark armies could rise again, and so you could win the battle but lose the war. I would think some general reflection. I am vulnerable. I am going to die. There are malicious, malevolent forces in the world, and there are benign forces. Can I take a risk and believe that the benign, the positive, is more powerful than the negative? Especially grounding the positive in relaxed openness when you have a chance, and your wish to benefit others. So spend a lot of your adult life sitting in a room, talking with people, to try to help them declutter and untie the knots that they're in. But you find yourself with these predispositions still leaping forward. I would suggest when they arise in a mild form and there isn't pressure to do things, put your arm around them, stay with them, and if you can, try to have a quick sketch of them, or find words that might describe them, and then maybe make some shapes in Play-Doh or clay, and have a sense of the external form of them. So if you made a little shape of, this is my oppressor, or these are my oppressors. So you get up in the morning and you put a little cup of milk in front of it and a biscuit, and you say, this is your place, you have a place, but this is your place, don't stray out of here. Now I'm going to light a candle for the Buddha, it's not for you. If you want a candle, you have to be better. So it's almost like you repeatedly defining what it is. I give shape to this, because it's kind of amorphous, it's ungraspable. So the more you can give a form, so all in the Tibetan pantheon, all these spirits of the mountain and so on, they're ways of giving a shape and color and history and identity to the amorphous dread of being on the mountain in a storm, or the water being polluted, or, invasion from, in the old days, from the Mongolians or the Han Chinese. Another way is to have a sense, without being overwhelmed, without doing it too much, take a little bit of attention to the news and the horrors that go on, and say prayers for those who are under attack, who have no protection, and really wish them well. You can imagine rays of light going out to them, and then maintaining the thought, I have protection, I am fortunate. So this fearful, shrinking bit of me is not the real truth of me. I have all these skills I've developed. I've got family, I've got friends, I've got meaningful projects in my life, but I can shrink into this point of desolation and fear. That's because I have no fixed content. The ego is unsafe. So the structure is often like in nightmares, there's some frightening thing and you run and you go into a room, it's even worse. So it's like that. There are many dangerous things. So we turn and we face them. I will die. I don't know how I will die. I don't know when I'll die. So I have to be careful with the forces that might catch me. When I try to catch them, they're uncatchable. Two can play at that game. I'm uncatchable too. So what is it in me that they catch? There may be some echo from a previous life that's perhaps more difficult to formulate, but it could be the family, especially when you're younger, and there's a lack of ease due to the way people behave. I'm ungrounded. I'm not settled because I had this kind of alert, anxious intelligence going, what's going to happen? What's going to be said to me? How am I going to be judged? The power lies with the other. They are the subject. I am the object. So I need to shift that balance. I need to come back to my subjectivity. So even just when you do these four immeasurables, may all beings have happiness and the root of happiness, and you take it up and you spend time with it, and you can imagine these people. May the children in the intensive care ward survive, may they be out of the incubator, maybe they be returned to their parents, and you can just extend it. So I can imagine the spreading of the good. And this is my creative imagination, that I can change the furniture, the mental furniture that I got, and put in much more hopeful and powerful and connected positions. And still these thoughts will come. And if I get lost, I'm back here. And I'm back here. They are not the sign of the truth of your situation. So although they're kind of, if you like, subconscious or unconscious, that would put them down there as if they're the basis out of which it arose. These are more like a virus. So this is your mental Lyme disease.
That's really?
Yeah. You've been bit by a bug, and now it's seeking little places inside you, and environmental factors could activate it again. So if I get weak, if I get situations around that make me feel vulnerable, like being on my own. So if I feel on my own, pray to Padmasambhava, Lama Keno, Lama Keno, think of me, be with me, and you say it from your heart with devotion, and you feel this presence with you. I think in these ways you can use antidote. Of course, the best way would just be again and again relaxing in space. and seeing that these formations as they arise are in the space, they are illusions. It's not something substantial coming to get me, but the feeling tone is that to dissolve the feeling in the relaxation, not striving. All the years of striving hard and trying to do it, mobilizing your energy. There's always something we don't see. There's always something we forget. You can't make the whole circle safe. But it's a feeling tone. So it's recentering into yourself. I'm okay. So I'm going to breathe out the confusion and breathe in love. So when we did the Tonglen, we're sending out light and bringing in difficulty. I would reverse that. Okay, so I'm going to offer, this would not be all the time, just in an intensity like that. There are all these demons and ghosty creatures. You like fear. I offer you my fear. I offer you my anxiety. Have another dose.
That's being very passionate, isn't it?
Well, they like it.
Yeah.
And then you bring into yourself rays of light and dissolve in that way, so that you're rebalancing, because it's just a little bit off kilter. It's like having had sprained your ankle at one time and you're walking quite easily, and then suddenly it kind of gives way and it catches you. Oh, there's a question there.
Yeah, this is very much related to Dagmar's question, because I have similar obstacles.
Could you bring the microphone a bit closer?
Yeah, I have similar obstacles like you just described, and related to this hypersensitivity that I sense almost everything around me and don't don't find the border, which of course actually should be is fine, because there is no yeah. And the other thing, because I come from shamanism before, and I'm very related to woods and stones and bones, and I like to use this to also to give something to the others, but also to give protection. Is this something I should rather not do, or can I use it in the practice?
Okay, so the first issue, the hypersensitivity, I absorb a lot of the feeling tone that's in the environment. It comes right inside me and it seems to fill me. The issue perhaps is not so much that you have this experience, but somehow you absorb it like a sponge, and then it rests with you, it resides in you for longer. So, when you feel sad, don't think about why you feel sad. Stay with the immediacy, the actuality of the feeling of sadness. And as a phenomena arising, it will vanish. So when you absorb it into the story. My life's fucked. I make all these mistakes and and I build up a whole kind of superstructure. No story. It's just this. So, not relying on the concept to interpret the experience, I'm going to directly open to the experience, and for sure, if you really relax and open, you'll see there is no substance to this. The substance is our fearful belief that I can't cope, or I can't manage, or it's not going to work out well. So there's a negative prediction which organizes the thought. Does that seem to fit?
Sometimes yes, but sometimes it's also that I feel that somebody is in need of something, and but then of course I also doubt, is this just my interpretation, or can I trust what I feel? Yeah.
You could ask them.
Yeah.
I mean, to bring it into the phenomenal, into the interactive, is probably safer than trying to work it out in your head. Because if you spend quite a bit of time on your own, there's no end to this labyrinth of pathways you can go around. Should I, shouldn't I? Or why would I? What am I attempting to do? So, the first thing is, if I'm not at ease, what am I going to be offering other people? So when something gets triggered, do the 3-hour practice, pray to Padmasambhava, relax and release. And we keep doing that again and again, and then you move into the world from space. In relation to the second part, working with forces is quite a difficult position. In many cultures, the shaman is not allowed to live in the village. They have to live outside because they're making contact with difficult forces. So people are very kind of respectful, but stay away. And so this can be an isolatory feeling there. You need to have protectors. In most shamanic cultures, you have some animal or some protector spirit that's on your side. And if you find that that's not vital and effective, it's not actually doing the business, it becomes a kind of thinned, abstract idea, then, oh, I have lost my protection, so I shouldn't be doing that kind of thing. It's like, you've been baking a cake, not the cake, let's say a souffle, you have to take it out of the oven. Where's my oven gloves? Oh, Christ, I must rescue the souffle. So, where's the oven gloves? Where is my protection? And build that up day by day with the mantras, with the visualization, so that you carry that with you when you go to work, when you're talking with friendly people, with unfriendly people. Either I'm going to offer a kind of translucency, I can let what they say or how the mood of the situation flow through me and out the other side. Or I'm going to manage my distance. So how can I listen without being involved? I don't want to be contaminated. I think I mentioned before, I used to go to this Hindu pilgrimage place, Pushkar in Rajasthan. And there was a sweet shop. And it was run by a very big fat Brahmin. And very delicious sweets, and he had in front of him a big clay dish with sides with water in it. So he would tell the people the amount of money, and they would throw the money into the water, and he would look at it, and then he'd give them the sweets. Then they'd take the money out of it. He is a pure man, he is a Brahmin, he's not going to touch the dirty hand of these peasants. So having this intermediary space is quite useful if you're concerned about contamination, the absorbency, it gets into me, it becomes part and parcel of me. So I need to have a kind of middle place. I mean, sometimes as a therapist, I would sit with people and I would just imagine their words are coming out and going into a bucket on the floor. Well, I didn't want to absorb all this stuff. No point in it. And also when it's out there, I can see it more clearly, I can get the shape of it, and then I can respond. But if I'm absorbing their terrible story and they're lost, and now I'm getting lost because there's no end to these fears and tremblings and anxieties that can arise. It's not your first nature. It's not your original nature. These are the shadows of past events. And so purification would be a good idea. We have this text for purification, this add-on to the Padmasambhava practice. So you could do that, and Padmasambhava and his consort on the crown of your head, and the purifying is coming through you and through you. And you could make a list of your dirty washing. All the things, write it down, make it explicit, and consciously focus on that, remembering maybe painful or terrifying events, and let it wash out. This was me, this happened to me, this became part and parcel of me, it felt like me, but it is not. From the very beginning, my mind is like a mirror. These are only reflections. The reflections are in the mirror, but they are not the mirror, and therefore I need to find that subtle line to shift them. And I think the Padmasambhava practice with that additional aspect would be good. Does that make sense?
Yes. Thank you.
Good.
It's on. I have a question with respect to the 13th sensing. I live in Berlin, a city with many sounds, and so I'm a bit drawn to this sensing because there are always sounds, and nice ones and less nice ones. And in this text about the Zemsin, there is the sentence, without seeking to identify the sound or judge it.
Sorry, which page is this?
4.
Page 4, okay.
The 13th.
Yeah, okay.
And without seeking to identify the sound or judge it, relax and integrate in the dimension of the sound of existence, or the inner sound arising from silence.
Yeah.
Could you say something about this a bit mysterious inner sound, or sound of existence?
Well, sometimes we hear sounds, or here they could be like a feeling tone or something that's filling the space, but it's not. It has no discernible external source. So maybe you're just sitting and there's a kind of vibration of some previous event, and you feel sad about it, or you feel proud about it. So this is arising as something filling the space. That's what the sound here means. It's not just wah. It's whatever is filling the space. And as you say, in Berlin, there's a lot of sources of this. So sometimes it's arising from me, as it were, and sometimes it's coming from outside. So this is if you like this sound, the inner sound is like the Sambhogakaya. So you're sitting, you're not doing anything, your eyes are almost closed, maybe you're looking down the line of the nose, or you might be opening your eyes to the space around, and something is arising. It hasn't come in the front door, it hasn't come in an email, it's come from me. Who am I in this moment? I'm relaxing in space. This is the openness of your mind showing unborn patterns. And that's what it is. So don't grasp at it and think something has happened. What is it? But just stay with the arising and the vanishing. The arising and the vanishing. Weird. To have this kind of quality of great sensitivity, great potential of all kind of different arisings coming. None of them are our identity. They are experiences. If I merge with the experience, I incorporate it as an aspect of me. I'm like this, and this has something to do with me. But if you leave it alone, it just goes free. Does that speak to your issue?
Oops. And what you described is this kind of inner sound?
Yeah. Well, you can check it for yourself. The hearing, the faculty of hearing, and its companion sound, these are said to be the senses which are the last to fade. And that's why if somebody's dying, you might say mantras for them with the belief that they hear this, although they can't speak. So the sound is very, very subtle. So, I mean, you could do something like if you've got a bell or a nice glass, you could just tap it and you hear the reverberation and you hear the sound going into silence. And then you ting it again and out of the silence the sound arises and it goes into silence. Silence, sound, silence. And you get more sense. Sound is, if I reify it, I can interpret it as having a meaning, but if I just stay with the naked sound, it will vanish. So staying with that might be important. Thank you. Yeah.
James, yesterday you spoke about the 5 qualities of awareness.
Yeah.
And I would like to stop at the third one. I think it was the infinite quality of awareness. I would like to ask you to speak more about it and define it exactly. What do we mean by infinite? And if you can give some instruction on how to see it practically. So I'm asking this question because for me, it does not, for this mind, it does not make sense to talk about infinite because it is related to size. And it's like we are talking about the edginess of a sphere. It does not really make sense. So, if you can define it and give some instruction on how to see it practically speaking. Thanks.
We will have lunch in half an hour. So we have 30 minutes before we go for lunch, and part of that time is to say goodbye in here and start to tidy up. So we have a finite period of time in which things can arise. Finite means it is measurable. It's not vague, it's not uncertain, but everything finite has a beginning, a middle, and an end. Infinite means no beginning, no middle, no end. So in the Mahamudra text, particularly like in the book, I don't even remember what
Sweet
it's called.
Simplicity. Sweet Simplicity. Sweet
Simplicity. I'm getting too much emptiness now. In the Sweet Simplicity, there are a lot of references to the sky, that the sky doesn't rest on anything. And the sky has no top, no bottom, no beginning, no end. And because it is infinite, all finites are already niched inside the infinite. The infinite is the all-inclusive. So it's a way of thinking about the Dharma Dhatu. The Dhatu means, in this instance, it means the space of phenomena. And we get this kind of noise coming now from a vehicle. We get the sense of people moving and so on. Through the senses, there are many moments which arise. And they are here, they occupy space and time for a limited period. And they're able to arise because the space itself is empty. So the hospitality of the ground is infinite because it allows all infinites to arise. And it allows all these finites to arise, and it allows them to arise without contradiction to the infinite. Yeah. So, of course, we do the 3 Ah, And when we're not used to doing it, this at the end of the third the stillness says, I'm sitting here. So in that moment, we could solidify, this is my base, I'm here, I am the experiencer, and that would make the practice finite, me having experiences. Or when the thought arises, which announces that it can define the true nature of what is occurring, like saying it's a good thought or a bad thought, or I must remember to buy some milk on the way home. It could be any kind of thought, but it seems to have a definite meaning and stand on its own. It's an autonomous thought. Don't try to get rid of it. Just stay with it, relaxed, and see what happens. Vanishes. The result of that is you get home without milk. We have to remember to buy the milk on the way home, because I have a finite body and I want to have some milk in my coffee. So the capacity to make patterns of finite formations is how we structure our world. We have to get to the station on time or the airport on time. We need to remember to do this. It's your cousin's birthday coming and so on. Each of these finites, if you give them a lot of attention, they become really important. So you put a checklist and you stick it on the fridge. What it's referring to is moments in time. So the space of time and the space of location, so location and duration in the infinite have no borders to them, no structure. And shining inside that is going to the shops, doing the washing and so on. So everything finite, which appears to be standalone and which can then be taken into comparing and contrasting with another form, on the basis of which you build up a whole narrative about the best way to go forward and so on. That work is the work of the dualistic consciousness. When such a structure is arising, you can also relax and stay with the vanishing of the actuality of what was occurring. And if you do that all the time, you see what seemed to be a something which was displacing the space, like Archimedes when he gets in the bath and the water splashes out and he realizes that the volume of water displaced is the volume of my body, because I push the water out in order to get in the bath. When I feel I am somebody, I take up space. This is my space. I sit in this chair, and there seems to be an ownership of space. This is the delusion of the reificatory thought, because space is not displaced. Water can be displaced. Fire can be displaced. Wind can be displaced. Earth can be displaced. But space itself doesn't stand in opposition to anything. This is a Tibetan idea of space, not a physicist's idea. So the openness of the mind is all-inclusive. It can accommodate whatever is arising. So even when I feel small, the smallness of myself, I'm sad for some reason, a little bit shrinking, a little bit collapsing. Where is this? This is within space. This is the child of space. So for Tibetans, the cloud arises from the sky. In a big Tibetan sky, this cloud appears. It just seems to come out of the sky. Thoughts come out of the mind. The limited is always in the unlimited, and it does not contradict the unlimited, and therefore is not actually limited. It has no inherent existence. It's an illusion. Yeah.
So the infinite quality of space or awareness is similar to the open quality of awareness, and it means that there is no limit to whatever can arise within it. It's open to any experience. There is no limitation.
That's right.
Okay.
So I'm sitting here looking at you, and we have this kind of conversation. This is dualistic consciousness, because I'm listening to your words, some different potentials arise, and I find myself saying one particular thing. We are in a kind of mutually forming engagement, so that hopefully what I say follows the track of what you said, and it's almost like a composite. We're building up Lego. You've got the red bits, I've got the blue bits. We're building up something. That's dualistic consciousness. Not other than that is the space within which that is occurring. So when we do the 3R, we relax into the space, and then we allow things to arise. When you get up from meditation, there's a requirement to work with the circumstances of your life, what is required of you, what time you have to leave home in the morning to get to work, what kind of food you eat, and so on. So the maintenance of your identity requires choices, this and not that. But the truth or the actuality of your identity is it's a dreamlike composition and never had any true essence, and therefore had no substance to displace itself from space. It's not other than a dreamlike or cloud-like or rainbow-like formation. Okay, so maybe we start to come to an end. There's no end to questions. Perhaps some of us meet again, I don't know. There are many resources available on the website. There are many Dharma books being produced, and you can make alliances with people here and join in some of the study groups or the practice groups. The central thing is, don't be lonely. Don't isolate yourself. When you take up the position, it's all up to me, nobody really understands me, then you're off in some Arctic wasteland. If you remember this book by Mary Shelley, Frankenstein invents or creates this monster, and at the end, the last sight of him is he's striding across this Arctic waste, he's going into oblivion. Because he can't find any place to belong. He's other. We are not other. We are precise in our manifestation. There is a unique specificity to each of us. And so in that sense, we are not the same as anyone else. We have the same open, empty ground, but in performatively manifesting, we're not the same. But we're not other. We're not profoundly different. And therefore, belonging, inclusion, the ground is all-inclusive. We are already part of what is arising, but we are blind to that because we rely on concepts to make sense of it, and the concepts are always chopping things up to make different pattern collages. And they are dealing with the second-order representation. They're not dealing with the first fresh manifestation. So if you find yourself being isolated, you can do the practice, but you can also contact people in the group. You can also send me an email, and if I'm doing okay, we can have a short connection on the computer. Don't drift out to sea. He said, this world is a very, very lonely place. It's desolate. But we have Sangha. And this Sangha can be rich and supportive if we feed into it. And of course, like money in the bank, you have to pay it in on a good day, so it's there on a bad day. If you don't participate in the development of support groups when life is good, by the time you're having a hard time, there's nobody there. So it's just part of our life. How lovely to meet people who are interested in what we're interested in, who've got some kind of experiences similar to our experiences. So now we start to say goodbye. We had the dancing last night. It's a lovely range of music played by Andreas, and it's gone. And our time here is gone. And it vanishes. What is there to hang on to? The words fade away. You might have written a few things. You don't look at them so much. Life is coming fresh, fresh, fresh. Therefore, the basic practice of the 3 are always open. The freshness is the arising in the ever-shining mirror of the mind. But if you lose your felt sense of that and you collapse into the construct, the image, the invention, the imagination of yourself as you are, you're holding on to that and you spend so much time on maintenance. So again and again, dissolve out of the structuring of grasping, and you will not lose, you will gain. As it said in the extract from the Talgyur, well, it's not from the Talgyur, rather, it's in the Simply Being. The yogi increases his meditation by destroying it, just like the river tumbling down the mountainside, the water spraying out. The river has no fixed shape. So we're in life, all kinds of things are happening. All of this is the radiance of the mind. That's what it is. It's just, some is good, some is bad. We like the good, we don't like the bad. That's how we get lost. We say this is better than that. But actually, these experiences arise and pass, arise and pass. Stay with the openness of space and the arising of passing. And then the being here and this is this, and then we leave and there's nothing else. Whether you're here with these people or driving in your car or in an airport or in your flat alone, you are part of the heart of Padmasambhava. You are part of the infinity of the sky. We have to remember that. If we forget, we suffer. If we remember, we stay in the practice. So, that's that. The end.
Thank you.
I have been very happy to be here. I love being here. I love being with you. I've had so many interesting encounters, and I appreciate so much how you give yourself to these long hours of listening to these different accounts of the mind. So, this is our co-creation. This is not me teaching you. This is our co-creation, our participation together in the ever-open space. May it occur again and again. Yeah. And now we have to tidy up.
No.
No.
Yeah, thanks for being with us.
And of course, due to the work of Milton and Joao, we have the recording. And it will be edited a little bit and then made available on the website.
And thank you for Waldemar for doing the audio recording. I forgot anybody else?
Everyone! Yes!
And Andreas for the music. Andreas for the music.
Andreas for the music.
Andreas for the music.
Thank you.
And Martin.
And there's no end to things.
There's no end to things.
So fabulous.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah.